The only difference is one of them is purple. That's just really funny to me. It'd be even funnier if they were both named Logan, which they're not. Yeah, it's a type. What can I say? I guess so. Okay, that's kind of hysterical and also kind of adorable. What about you? Begone, Dwarf. And Ned, neck. Aerith, this one. Yeah, you can be gone. All right. Dwarf is about to make the other start putting lotion on his skin. What, to make him look more purple? Is that why? Oh gosh. I'm lacking actually kind of a lot of bedrooms. That was a big migrant wave. Fortunately, the sad thing is that Emperor Iron is going to outlive his hubby. Because he's a necromancer. Oh, okay. Yeah, that reference went directly over top of my head, dude. Also, there's still more showing up. Holy crap. Okay, this is a big migrant wave. This was a big migrant wave. Where were they showing up from? Population is not continuing to rise, though, so there is that. Well, Silence of the Lambs had nothing to do with bi people? Well, I think you're probably correct with that statement. I'm going to increase the number of wheelbarrows I've ordered by 10. And now we're just going to watch the dwarves slowly put away every single rock in the fort. What about eternal sadness when spouse passes away? And then comes back, and then doesn't talk much? Or mayhaps, like, begins to slowly rot? Or are you saying that this is a reason that at some point I need to find another Necronomicon so that I can make, you know, them not be eternally sad for all eternity? Your funniest fortress loss was having one of your visits in the tavern turn out to be a werepanda, which made things go haywire pretty quickly. My favorite thing is when somebody in the tavern becomes a were creature mid-performance, because were creatures don't cancel the job that they're currently doing unless something attacks them. So if everybody in the tavern is dancing and the were creature becomes a were creature, they just keep dancing. And so does the were creature. Unless there's a military dwarf in the area that's like set to ready. And the were creature won't attack anybody until the dance is over. So I've literally had a character become a were creature in my tavern while dancing, and then full moon end and them just become a naked person. And then go put their clothes back on. And then I arrest them. Or just, like, tell the military to stab them to death. Which is like, nobody move! Nobody say anything! Just keep dancing! It's just, like, a funny mental image because, like, I can totally imagine just, like, you know, a dramatic scene in, like, a grimdark fantasy thing where it's just, like, people dancing in a giant party and then somebody turns into a bear. I was like, I don't know, keep dancing. And then he leaves the next day. You know, that sort of stuff. Yeah, exactly. Like, the image of the dancing, like, were creature is hysterical. They have to follow the laws of musicals? What, you can't kill your neighbor until you're done dancing? Or do you have to finish the ballad before you can beat the guy up? Is that what that is? Well, I think we shall make some more bedrooms. What do you think, chat? One bed, 1, 2, 3. 1, 2, 3. 1. Yeah, shit. I should zoom this out. 1 bedroom. 1, 2, 3. 1, 2, 3. 1, 2, 3. Should just construct the floors should be the way that I do this. And then I'm not constructing floors yet again here. Look at this. I'm very good at saying I should do a thing and then not doing it that way. Up to 150 dwarves. In my experience, clothing industry is the last thing that you should put off. Speaking of clothing industry, I'm actually going to go up into here and just remove cloth from up here entirely. And put it down into here. This can just be cloth. Wherever that, but there it is. I realize this is the least interesting part of this fort, which is just me, you know, going through making bedrooms, but sometimes you just got to do it. Love the way I'm doing these bedrooms. You know, I've had so many people ask me, it's like, what's your method of doing bedrooms and stuff? And I still don't actually know how to answer that question. It's like, I just kind of, you know, make a shape and then hollow it out and put bedroom in it. Like, there's no logic to it whatsoever. It's just, I see open space. Okay, I can cram bedroom in there. I think my favorite bedrooms I've done is probably water lungs, though. Because what I did with water lungs is I would make a stairway 1 layer down. And then I would do this, basically. And then I would, actually, I would extend them a little more. It was about 3 out each time. And then I would do this. And it made this, like, pretty dope pattern by the end of it. And I just had these little, like, stars kind of everywhere. Except I didn't do it in this exact pattern. I think I did them, like, slightly wider. Yeah, out to here. Which ended up looking like these little targets everywhere. And then what I would do is I would smooth the walls, but I would construct floors. And I just made little squares, like, everywhere, but, like, in slight off patterns, and it looked pretty awesome. Another bedroom design that I like doing sometimes is I'll just dig either down a layer or up a layer and then do very similar things to that, but, like, you know, you could just do like this. Like, this is more than big enough for a dwarf, easily. So you could just do that. And then all you need to do is put a hatch cover there. Yeah, it's kind of hard to make pinwheel shapes out of a grid without ending up looking oddly familiar in some direction. But what I ended up doing was I ended up, like, rotating them slightly and, like, making them off shapes so that they didn't, like, match patterns. Yeah, the windmill designs is what it is, but they are pretty cool bedrooms. Another good way to do it would be, like just dig a stair down and then do this. And do one here. And then do, like, this. And then do one here. And then extend out these ways and just keep doing them. That's also a way that I've done them in the past, like, up to about here, roughly. Yeah, like that. But yeah, you do have to be careful when doing any kind of pinwheel designs, because it very frequently ends up looking like questionable crosses. That was a risky one. That's exactly why I was doing it the way I did it. It's like, you can just, like, you know, if you're not careful, you can fuck this up pretty badly. I mean, even the way that I build bedrooms, like, one of the most common ways that I'll build a bedroom patch is like, what? I think that's big enough. Ends up looking kind of risky at points because it's like, hold on. Like this, and then shift one over, like this, like this. This is a pretty common bedroom design that I do. That can end up looking risky too, depending on how you do it, right? Like, it's such is the way of playing a game on a grid. I might even leave that there. Yeah, I hate it when assholes ruin my fun patterns. Oh, like as an example of this, I have an aperture on my arm. I've had this running joke with a friend of mine that it's just a matter of time before I need to get this covered up with something because some militant alt-right group decides to adopt it. It's like, it's, you know, I have it because Portal and cameras are cool. The Hematite statue looks ominous. This? It does kind of look like a cult, doesn't it? Militant. Hey, we're only like 2 steps removed from that in some countries. I mean, guerrilla journalism is already a term. One of your buddies coined the terms "oops, all swastikas." Ah. Was it actually an accident, though? Squinting emoji? Because if it wasn't, I think your friend might be a bad person. No one expects the Hematite Inquisition. I mean, it kind of actually reminds me of like, what's the name of the guy with the red face in the first Captain America movie? It's not Skullface, is it? Like, what is that dude's name? Red Skull. Okay, I was halfway there. I had one of the words right. That guy. It is that kind of color, so I could see why it would be like sort of ominous looking. I had so fun fact. Some of you may know the slightly well-known kind of power metal rock outfit known as Sabaton, right? Some of you've probably heard of this band, no doubt. Anyway, a friend of mine has a Sabaton patch on his backpack and also has a Sabaton patch on his metal vest. He got kicked out of a bar once because somebody thought he was a Nazi because of it. Because it kind of has an iron cross on it. It's just an album artwork. Like, mate, if you've never heard of Sabaton, clearly the bartender, or like the people working at said bar had, but like, come on. Primo Victoria, please. It's like the least serious goddamn music of all fucking time. Motorhead had iron crosses? Yeah. So did the Sex Pistols, but they were also a problem. Give me, yes. Big fan of Sabaton. Also, isn't Give Me Fuel, Give Me Fire, Give Me That Which I Desire, like, Metallica? What? Used by the German military to this day? Yeah, but random dude in Canada walking around in the middle of nowhere with one on his backpack I could kind of see the logical leap to make, but it also does say Sabaton in all caps on it, you know? So you'd think that, like, most people that were operating with more than one brain cell would be able to, like, figure out that this probably isn't a bad person walking around with this patch on, but, you know. I'm kind of tempted to cram another bedroom in here, but I don't like how close it would be to that, so I'm not going to. So my kind of method here is I'm trying to block line of sight. I think Texas would like a word, Sandberg. It is Metallica, so is, like, Creed just trolling? Like, what's happening here? It was the joke? Okay. Whoosh. I don't know. I had somebody a couple of weeks ago unironically look at me and said, "What? Do you not like U2?" When I was complaining that Nickelback was... Oh, sorry, no. What? Do you not like Nickelback when I was complaining that U2 was playing? I was at a bar that I go to. U2 was playing on the stereo. And I was just like, I fucking hate this song. The bartender looks at me and goes, "What do you have against Nickelback?" And I damn near died. So, like... I'd rather not Creed, to be honest with you. Because if you let it slide, then they start coming in droves. Yeah, I could see that. Like, that makes sense to me. I'm not going to change my stance that I think it's fucking hysterical that somebody that I know got in trouble for having a Sabaton patch. Like, genuinely. That makes perfect sense. I get it. In fact, I'm probably on the side of the bar that you're better safe than sorry. I just think it's funny. As a metalhead, I think it's really funny. Modern culture's weird. No, I don't like Nickelback. It's got nothing to do with a comedy skit. Nickelback has a handful of, like, decent songs, and then everything else they write is about as dull as, like, Breakin' Benjamin, who I also don't like particularly much. Can I just, like, point out that the Dead Kennedys fucking rock, though? Just because of the current subject matter. This is basically like the little kids' snooze zone. So all the children, and even the baby, have bedrooms along here. Okay, who's pissed? You have a new pissed off dwarf. What are you upset about? You experienced trauma? Well, that's unfortunate. All right, well, these boulders are disappearing quickly, so now we just need to kind of let the game run a little bit. Because look at all of these wheelbarrows. If you ever want to just, like, get rid of all of the boulders on your map, this is the way to do it. Is literally just make a big quantum stockpile, put half of your dwarves into wheelbarrows or onto hauling jobs, and just get them to drag wheelbarrows back and forth, back and forth. And it goes away so fast. Wait, what's problematic about Norse runes? Please educate me, Angel Creed. I'd love to know. Wait, where is said thread? Clenodev? You know, I've never made that connection. Angel Greed. I have a question. What isn't used by Nazis? I know that they invented stop signs. Which I just actually think is, again, really funny. But, like... Huh? Yeah, okay, so as somebody who actually likes Wagner, that hurts me. Wait, Fanta? I beg your fucking pardon? You always look at people with 88 in their name? That one I get. It's like having 1776 in your name, but for different reasons. And you'd welcome that joke with arms wide open, Space Warrior. It might be genuine. The only number I've ever put in a username unironically was 666. Because I was 12. Hail Satan. Fanta is Nazi Coke. Well, since we're talking about Nazis, chat, and this VOD's not going to get monetized anyways, I got something to show you.
Shark jumping walrus cheered. X 666.
Thanks for the $6.66. This is a real man. Richard John Biddy Seaman, also known as Dick Seaman, was Hitler's favorite race car driver. He died in 1939 at the German Grand Prix. Or no, was it the German Grand Prix? Hold on, let me double check. Belgian. At Spa. He died right after the German Grand Prix. Dick Seaman was Hitler's favorite race car driver. And supposedly, let's see if I can find if it's listed in here. He did not. Okay, so he was signed for Mercedes-Benz against the wishes of his mother, who did not want him to drive for a Nazi team. The Mercedes and their rival Auto Union cars were part of the racing program that was German government subsidized and were far faster and better financed and better built and more advanced and more reliable than any of the racing cars he had driven previously. And how he had a chance to win Grand Prix. That's a weird way to write that. To win Grand Prix. And be one of the top drivers in the championship. He was also notably Hitler's favorite race car driver because he would do Nazi salutes at races. And his name is hysterical. And apparently Hitler sent his family flowers when he died. So, you know. Dick Seaman. Mm-hmm. Don't even ask what we've been talking about for the last 10 minutes. JR Intel. I mean, a Richard? It's funny to find a Wikipedia page like that. Because it's like... I feel like everybody joked about what if somebody was named something like that, but nobody ever really knew somebody named that. Until, like, you see it just in historical documents and you're like, huh! Wow! Anyways. And the next May, they invaded Belgium in retaliation. Yeah, it was, like, literally less than a year after dude passed away. Like... Still some dicks out there? Oh, there's plenty of dicks out there. So you saying Dick Seaman. It's the name of a famous race car driver. Well, maybe not famous. Notable race car driver who died in a notable way. Connection issues? Not currently. Probably on your end. Well, his mother named him Richard. Although, to be fair, I would say that his mother cared about him because his mother did not, in fact, want him to go, you know, race in Germany. Okay, so I've never seen this before. This is a recent migrant. They still have a combat log. Okay, never mind. It was definitely that corpse. Okay, I was going to say, do you still have a combat log from the previous fort? No, you don't. You do, however, want to make romance. Go hang out with your wife, then. You are a legendary sword dwarf, so I'm going to put you in the sword squad. What's your name? Nil. That's worse. Thanks. You just made it worse, my reb. Or better. I don't know. Anyways. I wonder if we're capable of having normal conversations today. I don't know. I'm starting to wonder. Like, kind of truly. It would be nice to be able to see character screens while also appointing squad members. Well, actually, what I would like is there used to be a button that everybody seems to have forgotten existed. You used to be able, in the old UI, if you went to the military tab in the old UI, there was a button. I think it was literally just enter on the keyboard was the hotkey. And you could just see a list of existing squads underneath. So it would say no squad assigned, but then there'd be a list of existing squads. And you could just select one and press enter. And they would just join it. Well, here's the thing. I would argue that this is a mature demographic because we are having a relatively mature discussion about kind of pretty serious topics. It's just a casual discussion. You know? If we were not mature, we would be significantly less logical about the statement. Can elephants get cave spider syndrome? I wonder. I guess not. Phew. It makes them drowsy, I think.
This is madness. Madness.
Hi, Hobo. Do not ask about what we've been talking about for the last 40 minutes. How are you? Yeet. How's things, man? It'd be too big to have an effect. I mean, true. Just feel kind of drowsy for a minute. Thanks, Hobo. We're talking about Hitler's favorite race car driver. This topic started about someone asking about bedroom layouts. Yeah, which then progressed into risky shapes. Not cheese. So I learned recently that my neighbor, my boomer neighbor, who gets referenced on this stream pretty consistently, apparently has 8 middle names, which I obviously won't state all of them because that would be doxing him. But like, could you imagine having that shit on a driver's license or a passport, or like having to fill that out? I mean, no, there's nothing to collapse if there's a ceiling above it. Or having to fill that out, like, to get into an airplane. Bah. You're kind of full of shit right now, like, actually, but maybe TMI. Got it. Well, take care, mate. Zo Beetroot, thanks for the prime. Appreciate you. Thanks for helping keep this weird channel funded. Also, shoutouts to Snarlblocks in the YouTube chat for fixing Grand's Pricks. Grand's Prix. In the Wikipedia page for Dick Seaman. Appreciate you. Fixing the Wikipedia pages that need to be fixed. Whose throne were they inheriting? Apparently it was this thing in his family where like the boys would all inherit like the entire family tree worth of grandfathers' names. So he's like from one of those families. Because I was complaining that like every single airline screws up my last name because there's a space in my last name. So I always have to put my first name, my middle name, and then my last name. And it almost always is either listed as first name, middle name, half of my last name, or first name, middle name, one word, last name, and it always like causes an error when trying to scan my passport. Like, I think Air Canada is the only airline I've ever flown that didn't fuck up my name. It's annoying. That's all. We are getting bloody close to the point where it's time to start making cloth for clothing. But, we're getting there. So I need a lot of bags. I'm just going to make cloth bags. Maybe not 150. That's too many. Let's just do 50. You've never had this issue? Sure, but is there a space in your last name? Because that's the issue for me, is that there's a space in my last name. Zo Beetroot, thanks for the 5-pack. Appreciate you. Jack, can I get a small round of beers for the 5-pack of gift subs? Sometimes you're really happy that you just have a single first name and no single last, no middle. And then you realize you have a weird-ass first name. Well, I mean, if it requires other people to spell it, maybe that could be a problem, yeah. Some migrants have arrived. All right. 3, 4, 5, up. Well, you're just a zombie. I don't see any problem with having a married zombie show up. Damn. Big migrant wave, chat. Probably need to start seriously thinking about how I'm going to build the military for this fort. But first, I must finish dealing with this. Pop is the funny number? Nice. I know a guy with an abbreviated first name, middle name, and 5 last names, Deadly Jive? Where's this guy from? Liechtenstein? Like, what? Like, what the hell? Which clan does he come from and how long does his beard grow? Not like an invalid question. Needs iron bars. Okay, well. Let's do that. May you post a link? Sure. Good night, Blind, and everyone in chat yet again. Night draws close. Take care. We'll see you. Jade rocks. Yeah, I don't. I'm looking at this. I don't see the issue. It's just not a way that people really write it anymore. I mean, I'm also not the person who corrected it. I just commented on it. But it's not the way people write it anymore, right? That's the reality of it. I haven't seen him since middle school. I mean, it doesn't need to be an elf to be a spy. Could just be a spy. Okay, so I'm kind of really tempted to just be like, all right, dwarves. There will be any jobs happening until, we're finished with all of this, but turns out there's a lot of blocks that still need boulders that still need to be done. Okay, you know what? Even better. How about I just do this? This is going to be a little dumb. I realize I'm just forbidding, like, all of the boulders around the edge here. My fortress is out of food. Oh, nosers! Whatever shall we do? Okay, it's fine. We can fix this. There. Food problem solved. And everybody immediately starts partying. It's party time, chat. It's too short to be an elf. Too tall for a dwarf, though. A half elf? There was only half left, I suppose. Alrighty, where are you going here, Cave Cracker Doggle? Cave Crocker Dongle? I don't know where I'm going with this. Let's just go right here. Do this. Nope. Okay. Well, I need rock mechanisms then. Guess I never did make those iron mechanisms. Now I'm trying to think, what do I need to make iron mechanisms? Pretty sure it's charcoal, but I guess I'm wrong. Okay, cracker dongle. I'm just saying words now, and my life has no meaning. It's terrifying. Oh god, we've got an artifact happening. The question is, you're an engraver. Well, I guess I should unforbid this then. See where this strange meeting goes. So the thing that I said is intended to be a reference to a Kotaku article where somebody was writing about how video games are dying, and they said, nothing makes any sense anymore. I'm just pushing buttons and my life has no meaning. And for some reason, that line lives rent free in my brain. And I quote it out of context with other things all the goddamn time. It's one of those, like, legendarily mocked articles, which is actually kind of interesting if you read the whole thing, but nobody read the whole thing, so it's just odd. It's not a great article, but it's funny and kind of legendary because it's funny. I want to say it was, like, to do with Rock Band specifically. Need rough gems? Really? Do I not just have 1,000,000 rough gems up there? What else do you need? Skeletons. Ah! Sweezy peasy. Let's go and eat that horse. Yeah, that works. Let's see where that other cave crocodile's at. Because the place that I actually need these to be is going to be in here. Someone described your job as you smash your head against a keyboard and produce business value. I've described my job as an internet panhandler. But I've also had many people agree with me and also insist that I'm not an internet panhandler, I'm an internet busker. And I say, what's the difference? They're both equally annoying when you're trying to get to work. That I will never forget that quote. Shiitake Space Warrior. Herding cats? That's just any middle management job too. So how is iMiner doing? Sleeping currently. Blissful, sleeping in a very good bedroom. Sad about her lost pet. Very rusty record keeper. Legendary crutch walker. Competent, adequate singer as well. Proficient speaker. Haven't gained many skills in that regard. Wants to craft an object and do several other things. I think I'll let you do other tasks for a bit. But the thing that I'm trying to do is I'm trying to clear out this area of boulders. And I'm also trying to clear out this area of boulders. Panhandlers just asking, don't perform. I refer to myself as an internet panhandler because I think it's funny. I'm very well aware, though, of what a busker is versus a panhandler. To me, it's more like, what is the level of personal self-deprecation I feel like doing today? Is kind of what defines the difference between a panhandler and a busker on a given day. That's where the differences stem from for me. When you try to reclaim a fort, try multiple times. I'm also going to get rid of our shrines, so the more these people help with hauling. Get to hauling, you lazy squat. Come on, Durfs. Also, that sucks, though. I hope that you're able to, like, sort out the crashing problem. Save game? Sure. You know, the reason I'm sitting here and trying to get all of these boulders dealt with is because genuinely, if I don't do it now, with the amount of mining I'm doing, there will still be boulders everywhere by the end of the fort. Not without hard saving. Holy garbage. Which kind of sucks, but I've always kind of wished that we had the ability to, like, expand the size of a fort, but we just don't. And thank you for making me safe, Kamuri Bread. How's that artifact doing? Oh, probably need to unforbid these. Also probably need to unforbid these. Forts franchise they don't flourish? What? Can regenerate the same world? Only if that only is valid though if that's your first like fort though. Oh, you want shining bars of metal. You probably want this. There you go. You grabbing the horse bones and iron bars. A gem. You know, I'll be honest with you. I've never actually generated a world from a seed or regenerated the same world. Like, not once. So that's shale, hematite, iron bars, horsebone, 2 rough gems, and pigtail cloth. This is... You know, you never quite realize just how many boulders a map has. Until you have, like... just this many hauling jobs, I guess. I think I'm just going to do this for a minute. It's a tool I almost never use. So that I can keep up with this amount of stuff and focus more on these areas. I think I'm going to dig down right here. Let them dig into this. Because then they'll just be able to go direct. The engraver has created Egal Nokgol? Nokgol, we'll say. Nitem. Katan. A shale scepter. And offers it to the small farm. Thank you for your scepter. I will accept her. Couple boulder-related conversations with Tarn. There are too many and not enough boulders, and he's all out of ideas. Here's the thing. I think there's a perfect number of boulders, and people should quit bitching. And, like, you want to know, I think, like, a genuine issue with Dwarf Fortress development, Kleno? Is that I genuinely feel that there is 2 places that Dwarf Fortress gets feedback generally right now, right? It's the Bay 12 forums and the Kit Fox Discord. The Kit Fox Discord is a niche portion of the community who follows Kit Fox in general in a lot of cases and really hardcore users, okay? The forums are an even nicher subset of the same people in a lot of cases because the people that are active on the forums are generally also active on the Discord with some exceptions. So I think a lot of the feedback that this game gets directly is from an echo chamber within an echo chamber. So you're hearing, like, let's throw out a stupid number that is false, probably. Let's say 100,000 people open this game a month. You're probably listening to about 2% of them, if that. I don't think it's actually that high. Like, let's say it's 50,000 people play Dwarf Fortress every month. I don't know what the actual statistics are, but so it's really difficult to use that as feedback, I guess. I think it was a scepter, right? Yes, it was this one. Pretty cool looking scepter, though. As I slowly build this museum, Forum is also old school people. Yes, that's kind of what I meant. It's like it's the original audience. which is good. I mean, like, they're the most dedicated, right? But also at the same time, I do think that, like, Dwarf Fortress gets some redundant feedback sometimes that isn't actually representative of what the wider community wants. This is a shale scepter. All craftsmanship ship is of the highest quality. It is encrusted with round shale cabochons and studded with iron and encircled with bands of radiant cut moss agates, as well as pigtail. On the item is an image of Cog the Old Law, the dwarf in hematite. On the item is an image of a cabinet in iron. On the item is an image of a tetrahedron in moss agate. Shoutouts to Cog. Don't know if you'll see this. Your Dwarf Fortress vids are so important to you and your enjoyment of this game. Thanks for real, dude. Cheers, mate. Happy to help, Jack. I devised a trap that the trap retracts a floor, having enemies fall 8 Z levels into a metric ton of spikes. With a Hydra that eats survivors. Excellent. I like the Hydra for, like, as insult to injury. So did I clear out all the boulders? It kind of looks like a chat. We cleared the boulders. Now I got to do the exact same goddamn thing with iron. So, that means I can then go right here and just unforbid a bunch of this. Kind of glancing at dwarves, making sure they're not starving to death. Doesn't look like it. There's a dead toad right there. I'll get rid of that. Which is funny and a bit sad. Welcome to old internet. So let's not just put stone in this. Could just say metal ores. Which is probably the best way to do it. It depends on the website. Yeah, Clino's more, like, prepared to speak on this than I am. Do I like Formula 1? Yes. Taken from the YouTube chat. That's where that came from. Let's do this. This. Go over to use and say minecart. Yeah, but the user login data is minimal. I don't know. I'm not going to say that it's egregious. I think it's a bit silly, but I'm not going to say that it's egregious. It's very Dwarf Fortress is maybe a better way to put it. Oh. Seems that I have a yak cow fighting. There's too many animals in this area now. Also, where's this crocky at? Cranky old crocodile. Traps is the screen I need. We're just gonna go one there. We're gonna go one there. We're gonna go one there. One there. I'm gonna go channel this down one. I'm gonna put a wall piece right here. Gonna put a wall piece right here. Gonna put a wall piece right here. And a cage trap right in here. And I'm in an ad break. So I will wait. I mean, that's just human stupidity. You can never stop people from sharing passwords. It's not necessarily a tantrum. I haven't looked at it, though. Is it a tantrum? It's probably from the old fort. Oh, it's still the same dwarf. This dwarf has tantrumed twice. Oh, actually, the least happy dwarf isn't even that dwarf right now. It's Soul Kiddo. Oh, shit. Looks like we killed another cave crocky. I think I'm going to turn off chores, actually, for this dwarf. You just fought a forgotten beast with webs for the first time? Why did 3 of your dwarves' best fighters immediately gib when they got webbed? Because it completely removes their ability to dodge. And if they have 0 ability to dodge, then they have 0 ability to avoid an attack. And if an enemy has webs and they get... if an enemy is webbed and the enemy they're fighting is web avoid, which any creature with webs is, then it gives them a free hit. So they get a free hit anywhere on their body, regardless of how much armor they have. Because armor's effectiveness is not, effective if they're not able to move. Am I a fan of a particular F1 driver or team? Not really. Like, I just watch the sport as a whole. I do favor certain drivers, but I also don't particularly like just sitting here and talking about Formula 1 shit. For the reason that, believe it or not everybody who plays Dwarf Fortress likes Formula 1. And I do find that more often than not, it makes my view count go down. So I don't generally talk about it all that much. The Amethyst Hall has many members in Seedvault and now needs the location designated as a Grand Guild Hall. Well, that I can do. This is it. So this needs the value to be increased. Fortunately, I can just go back here. Do this. F1 is a risky subject here? No. I just don't talk about it that much. For the same reason that I won't talk about any sports that much. Basically, if you want to talk Formula 1, tune in the stream after a race and ask me what I thought. During the intro, then I'll discuss Formula 1. Outside of that, it's kind of just something I don't talk about all that often. All right, this needs 0. You need this. Now I can do this again, but on this side. This needs to drop down to 5 dwarves, I guess? Or 5 wheelbarrows. And then I can shrink this stockpile all the way. That's fine. Down. And now it's time to get all of this filled. And set you to fill metal ores. And it begins. Yeah, we also have a room in the Discord if you want to talk about it. Like it's sort of like it's a love it or hate it thing, right? And usually what ends up happening if I do talk about it a whole bunch is people just start like interrogating me about Lawrence Stroll because I'm Canadian. I don't have the oxygen capacity for that anymore. Why is there a lot of locked items? Because I'm trying to get items that are not on this layer stored away in a stockpile efficiently. That's why. I'm also, like, very worried I'm about to get attacked Also, somebody just died. Population went down. Interesting. But yeah, no. It's pretty easy to figure out that I like Formula One, considering I've gone to the Canadian Grand Prix twice. Damn those Crocs? Probably, actually. And I just bought a trip to the next one, so. Kamori Bread, I've got bad news for you there. Truly bad news. I think we're about to find that dwarf, though. Either the Grumpy, a Tavern Keeper, or the first available in the military. Okay. In order of who is named or not, I think the well, actually, the most grumpiest child is no longer the most grumpiest child. Does Rigoth work? But they will beeline straight for his shoes. Yeah, I love it. It's one of the weird Dwarf Fortress oddities. They have like a mental awareness of where the nearest pair of sneakers is, but they never find the bodies of friends that died. He is gripped by crippling shyness and almost never feels discouraged after experiencing trauma. In 2391, he is dour as a rule and is conflicted by this. He values parties and merrymaking in the abstract. He dislikes helping others and respects sacrifice and tends to be swayed by the emotions of others and isn't particularly ambitious. Wait, where was I reading that? He isn't particularly ambitious. He isn't particularly curious. I see. That's what threw me off. Is I read isn't particularly twice about the world. Isn't particularly curious about the world and tends to think before acting. He has a calm demeanor and he tends to avoid any physical confrontations. He versus where this natural tendency with his respect of martial prowess. And he has a tendency to go it alone without considering the advice of others. I like these new glasses. I can actually read the text while it's unpaused. He scratches his nose when he's trying to remember something and needs alcohol to get through the working day and doesn't really care about anything anymore. Dreams of crafting a masterwork someday and personally views decorum as a high ideal and is deeply offended by those that fail to maintain it, believes that the acquisition of power over others is the ideal goal in life and worthy of the highest respect, and he strongly values tranquility and quiet. He values harmony and views loyalty unfavorably. He dreams of creating a great work of art. He likes alabaster and bronze, as well as shell opal and giant vulture leather, giant warthog hoof, bucklers and scepters and crutches, and water buffaloes for their wallowing, and giant copperhead snakes for their attractive scale patterns, and cucumber vines for their fruit, and the sound of the tenebrous embraces and the sight of the droplets of glitter, and when possible prefers to consume sweet potato wine, hard wheat flour, and mung beans. Can't stand large roaches. He's married to Tubal. And is a former member of several guilds and a member of the Work of Spray. And I've satisfied the need for the Amethyst Hall. Okay, so all of the iron ore has been unforbidden now. So the process of hauling all this stuff should go faster. Well, not faster, but should be done pretty quick. And I'm just going to do a thing real quick that might seem a little silly, which is I'm going to go just the way I'm going to deal with these gems that need to be cut is I'm just going to go grab a jeweler's shop and plop it right here and cut the ones that are down here. I also probably should bury that dwarf, eh? Oh, I guess you already had a tomb. Unless they somehow haven't found the body yet. Oh my god, they haven't found the body yet. They literally removed socks from his corpse and nobody said anything. That is something else. Dwarves, even I'm impressed. Good God almighty, man. All right, let's go here and go stoneworker. Not to mention he threw up on his way to where he died. That was definitely him throwing up. Remember? Yeah, it's a clothing deposit. Exactly. Dwarf's gonna come back and pick it up later. A caravan from Dusim Basin has arrived. It's his time to trade. Man, the other way I could do this is by going here and disabling this for right now. Going up to here, setting a garbage dump, going down to here, setting all these to be dumped, setting that to be dumped, setting those. Music stopped oddly suddenly. Oh, they're partying again. I've just got this gigantic finished goods container. I'm kind of tempted to just chuck it in there. Just like, what else is in here? I mean, that instrument I bought from them last time. Bunch of mugs. Nah, it's actually not that good. Hey, chat, it's party time. Go grab your favorite dancing emotes and post them in my chat. Uh-oh. Hey, they found him dead. Yep. At least it was a party funeral. Must have been like the time Pat Murphy died. It's quite the emote, Bread. Okay, have they put the body away yet? Guess so. All right, caught another cave croc. Also named. It's another lady cave croc. Lanix 7 meets with the outpost liaison. Oh wait, is Lanix my mayor? Shit, Lanix is my mayor. I need to make serrated discs. Crud. At least that's an okay thing for me to make. It actually perfectly fits into the stuff I need, even. Actually, why don't we just do this? And now this happens? Yeah, well, welcome to the fort, I suppose. Made me think of serrated disc traps. I mean, yeah, that's definitely a way we could defend this fort. Like, truly. So because I now have 2 crocodiles, we're going to toss a second crocodile in here. Turns out those crocodiles pretty monstrous. I can go down to the bottom of this. And I'm going to do this. I'm going to go around the edge of this because if I don't go around the edge of this, then I will have 0 way of accessing this metal later down the line if I want to. What am I digging this hole for? It's going to be a lava reservoir. That is what I am digging this hole for. What are you digging a hole for? That's kind of sad. I'm sorry. Do you really want to know what he's digging a hole for? I don't know. Clearly not. I thought I did. How scary traps are when you saw a goblin get both of his legs surprise amputated and his stomach open like a Kinder Egg from one saw blade. You'll realize how scary traps are if you ever step on one of your own traps that you yourself built in adventure mode and then your character insta dies. It's like, oh, I am 40 pieces now. Well, that's not good. How unfortunate. Speaking of pieces, more dwarves have arrived. This might be the first fort in a while where when we get attacked for the first time, I just lock the door. Sol Invictus. Man, what's with all these dwarfs being married to necromancers? Sheesh. Anyway, I hear combat. That's mildly concerning. I'm going to go to stone. Go lignite. Coal. They want goblets. Can definitely do better than this. Let's just go to... say just cut gems, but... don't really have much to trade. Like, I really, really don't. Cave crocodile eggs are worth 440 dwarf bucks? Really? Seems like a lot. I've pretty much decided that I'm probably not going to marry anybody ever, so I'm good. Common law I could deal with, though. Don't need to overcomplicate the breakup process, to put it simply. I might just sell a bunch of sheepwool cloth. I had a legendary cook who made lavish meals for 15,000 apiece. It felt broken? Because it is, which is why I'm not selling the lavish meals that I have that are worth 8,000 apiece. What, sad that monogamy is enforced? I don't know if that's sad. I'd say that's pretty normal. It's the same, that's the case for most countries. I mean, it's not stopping people from living in happy thruples, but like, it is the standard. Yeah, with legal grounds. Mostly because it puts a stop to a lot of questionably, ethically creepy religious groups. Which should go without saying, you know? You would only allow polygamy if it was allowed for both parties. In reality, the people who generally practice polygamy are not the people who practice polyamory. I think polyamory is only not legal yet because of healthcare and benefit policies. Yeah, there's a lot of enshrined laws that make it difficult as well. Captivated by Flasks is the book that they brought. All right, well, I don't have enough value to buy all this stuff anyway, so I won't buy the cheese, or at least much of it. Just some of it. Thank you. Also that, Ilmarin. No, it doesn't. Sanchuan. Or I don't even know how to say her name, but no, it doesn't. But it makes having roommates wise. The monetary benefits of given to married people make 0 sense to you. I think it comes from a time where everybody who was married was expected to have kids, so you get monetary benefits, so it makes having kids more affordable. Kind of makes sense to me. I also don't particularly care, but because, you know, the one thing more expensive than cost of living is kids. I wouldn't say they're necessary, but they're certainly helpful. Spoken like a true 12-year-old male, Sam. Also, I'm pretty sure living with people and not having sexual relations with them is literally called growing up with your family. So, you know. Not in Alabama, it isn't. I don't live in Alabama, so I don't speak for anybody who live in Alabama. If you live in Alabama, you can speak on behalf of Alabamians, and I will Alabopt out. Sweet. We're just about ready to start pumping water or lava. Getting there. Mm-hmm. And you're making a pretty innocent question weirder than it needs to be. That's all it is. The only thing making it living expensive is the fact that money exists. This is true. Random thought, can you domesticate magma crabs? Nope, they are not trainable. I was literally looking at the wiki page for this an hour ago when we were trying to figure out if you can drown them. Which is like, you know, a very Dwarf Fortress question. Okay, so we have a petition for a farmer's guild. So I will let that sit there for a minute. Because what I'm currently trying to do is something that just requires, you know, quick work. So that needs 60 power. That's like fucking nothing. I could just ignore this. That's fine. Let's get rid of that. And then go here. Go to water wheels. Let's just use the one that I have plenty of. And that's going to connect right there. Which then all I need to do is pull a lever to open this. That just isn't possible in this format. You could say that for almost all text-based mediums. It's the same reason I can get along with my best friend who I have almost zero political, like, how do I word this? Commonalities with? Common grounds we agree on? Things in common? Because we only ever hang out in person. And we've realized that if we talk online via text, we start arguing pretty quick. Actually, you know what? I don't even need to smooth these. Wait, really? Can't get down. Did I screw up? Oh, I guess I kind of did. Welp. All right, I will go right here. Dig this down here. Trolls? So here's the thing. Trolls used to be super common, and then Tarn realized they were broken. And so Tarn decided to give goblins, like as in they weren't spawning. Then Tarn gave goblins the ability to train Mineras and cave dragons, and I still haven't actually seen them train trolls. Like, I haven't seen goblin-aligned trolls. I've seen them in caves. Like, they do show up in the caverns sometimes. But usually the caverns are too populated with cavern invaders to actually have trolls in them anyway, so... Do you think we'll ever see different icons for engraved floors? Yes. Have patience. A year ago, people were asking me if we'd ever see dwarves actually holding things like crutches or missing limbs. Yes, have patience. That are like troll bowmen, troll hammermen? Oh yeah. No, trolls are neat because they can wield weapons. No, money is a way of securing power these days. It was originally supposed to be a way of securing distribution. These days, it's just a way of securing power. Which, you know, is what it is. The game works without breaking. Yeah. Which is why I maintain that Dwarf Fortress is in the best state it's ever been. Like, whenever I encounter people who are particularly unenthused with the current state of, like, Dwarf Fortress's hotkeys or something, it's like, it's always fun to, like, coyly remind them. It's like, well, you know, the game does run better now than it literally ever has in its entire extended history. But doesn't matter if you're a crotchety, annoyed person, so. Being Krug Smash's older videos. Oh, what? Trolls being in Krug Smash's older videos? You need to remember this, and this isn't super relevant to Krug Smash's older videos or anything, but you need to remember that Dwarf Fortress has had some pretty big changes over the years, in that the content of the game that is accessible changes, the way the content is distributed changes, the types of threats and enemies that appear come and go and change periodically. You need to remember that. So, are they currently less prevalent than they used to be? Absolutely. But there was an era of this game where you would literally never see a necromancer unless you intentionally found a necromancer tower and attacked it, or settled right next to one. Well, here's the funny thing. It's like, multi-core optimization was stated to never happen. Then Putnam adds, like, multi-core optimization for one portion of the game. And now people are like, so add it to the rest of the game. And Putnam's like, well, that's the only place where it actually helps. Dwarf, wake up. Get up, you lazy beardlet. Come on. Quit it. There we go. People always seem annoyed by. I mean, it's the same reason why, like, I've thrown out the idea that Dwarf Fortress will never be optimized, because every time Dwarf Fortress is optimized, people push the game further and complain that the frames are bad. Sol Invictus, the Furnace Opera has been possessed. Strange mood, legendary furnace operator. High Master, oh, you probably want leather. A Wergila monster chieftain named Arul Amazurjas has come. A large Gila monster twisted into humanoid form. It is crazed for both blood and also flesh, and its eyes glow orange, in fact. Its raw umber scales are oval-shaped and set far apart. You will know why you fear the night. Ah, that's all I have to say. All right, so where is it, do you think? Is it all the way into my foreground? Okay, well. I don't know. Maybe we believe her quick, but I'm not going to bet on it. That's kind of cute. Look at it. Got a big sparkly face, tongue hanging out. I hate his last name. Grasped Flash. He's currently in conflict with the pig. I don't think we're going to get this gate shut in time, chat. God damn it. Well, here we go. Shoutouts to the goose. Taking one for the team. You may want to run there, Marl. Are these new sprites, the dwarves? Yep. They're in the beta branch if you want them. Swords Dwarf stabs... Oh, I see. Chieftain misses her. And she says I must withdraw. She is actually a Swords Dwarf. I think in my squad, too. Okay, so we're up to the 10th. We just need the full moon to end. Even bit. Chieftain misses. He strangled the goose. Well, there's a joke in there somewhere. Somebody queue up King Gizzard real quickly, by the way. So this is why I'm terrified. That's a necromancer. Yep. Exactly, Angel agreed. That was unexpected. I saw blood appear and I was very concerned. Missed. The miner strikes the chieftain in the right upper leg with her iron pick, tearing apart the muscle, and an artery has been opened by the attack and a motor nerve has been severed. The iron pick is lodged firmly in the wound. And that was Ilmirin who did that. He's not in the military, and her lover Dominok was killed by a crocodile earlier this year. And she's dodging around it, although this chieftain apparently is satisfied upon improving dodging. Meanwhile, Ilmirin got bit. God dagnabbit. Actually, twice. Twice. In the foot. But a arm just flew off of the creature. If you resurrect that arm, I be lurking. I will smite you from whence you stand, if I can. Or just drop you in a volcano. One of the two. And they killed it. Napalm assisted with the fight by striking the chieftain in the upper arm with an iron pick, tearing apart the muscle. And Suxul Ilmirin. Wait a second. Are you seeing this, chat? Bites the miner in the right foot, bruising the muscle. Bites the miner in the lower body, bruising the fat. I don't think she's infected. Wait, hold on a second. Do Gila monsters have teeth? Yeah, they do. They have big teeth. Large teeth, even. How the fuck? She's 100% infected, my dog, but she didn't bleed at any point. Like, don't they need to break skin for it to count? I mean, I'm absolutely going to lock her in a room. But also, it's still the full moon. Wouldn't she be a were creature? Okay, well, I think a minor legend. And if we get enough of these minor legends, do we eventually get a major legend? I think I'm going to entomb that Gila monster in here. And follow Ilmirin. And then lock her in a room for a day. Also, it was a human who did it. Are you credited with the kill? Not even credited with the kill. Napalm got the kill. Let's double check that. Yes. But we'll find out in the next full moon. YouTube chat thinks she's infected. She's really happy, which is kind of amazing. Is that your bedroom? Yes. Perfect. Stay there. Don't move. Just don't move for a bit, okay? It's fine. Middle mouse button is how I scroll only a few blocks at a time. Kinda want to have a drawbridge in here. Which I currently kind of can't do. And only got some bruises? Yeah, I mean, it's like getting a second chance at life, right? Oh, also I need to close the drawbridge. Or open the drawbridge again. Put the drawbridge on the other side? What do you mean? Oh, the middle mouse button? Here's the thing. The middle mouse button didn't do anything back in 2016. You couldn't scroll the camera around that way back then. So, it's kind of a moot point, that. This needs lava-safe materials connected to it. You only learned recently it did anything? Somebody in chat told me is how I learned about what it does. But to be honest with you, I have this unfair advantage where if something changes or a new mechanic gets added, I find out way too quickly. Technically, but this is the only portion of it that's mountain, and then this is also mountain. Oh, you want to know what's really shocking about this fort? This is what's really shocking. Magma Sea, or the hell ends at 3, basically. That's the truly horrifying part. Okay, well, we have not that long to wait until the full moon's up. Wow, he was beheaded. Napalm beheaded the thing. It's pretty dope, actually. Sol Invictus was a leather worker. And then this got suspended probably because of the were creature, so let's deal with that. Okay, so I also have a dead goose that I need to deal with. Rest in peace, you bloody goose. Who I will assign to this. Oh, no, not that, this. There we go. Saigon, you defended the fort valiantly. Ham radar is going to take over for that location. And I'm going to place some cage traps out here, possibly. But first, the thing that I really need is... Oh, pfft. I have dumb moments sometimes, and that was one of them. This is where I need that to go. Please dump those a second time, thanks. Goose Tomb, naturally. I am fascinated to know how that didn't break skin. Maybe she just, like, avoided the issue with just sheer fucking high willpower. Like, her willpower is just that high that she just survived it. Is defended by a wolf named Lady. Did you name the front door Wall Street? I'm gonna go use the washroom. I'll be right back. I'm also gonna top off my water. Ah. Poor Dominic, your beloved. Yeah, it's a shame. Crocodile got to him. Also, I forgot to fill my water. All right. You assume the clothes protected them? It's certainly possible. But here's the thing. By the time it started biting, it had already had, like, multiple chunks taken out of its leg. So it is actually possible that it survived that because she only got bruised because it was already on the ground. Sol Invictus, the furnace operator, has created Balaidan Ninurnakas, a horse leather tunic, and offers it to the small farm. Well, I'm gonna, not gonna lie, that Gila has pretty colors, chat. Would be really cool to be a Gila, though. Yeah, I mean, there's worse were creatures you could be. And I'll try and use you for something. Like, I wouldn't let you go completely to waste. You love that sprite? I personally really like the weremoose because it just looks fucking ripped. Like, it's just this massive creature. This is also something I very rarely do, is make, like, proper, like, clothing. There we go. Tunic, not a toga. I very rarely make proper, like, artifact rooms like this with fully defended artifacts. I might go into the layer above and, like, have a lever that you could pull to maybe release a hatch covers over all of them or something. Like, lock the tops of them, perhaps. Get wrecked by... What's Amethys? Get wrecked by crabs, and then a weremoose shows up the next day. Like giant crabs? Could give you a title like Gila or something. Or the thick-skinned. Because you do kind of have like an RPG perk, thick-skinned. This is a horse leather tunic. All craft ship is of the highest quality. It is encrusted with oval shale cabochons, and on the item is an image of a firefly in horse leather. On the item is an image of Iron, the dwarf. Wow. Iron and contained thin, the hematite scepter. Oh, and a snatcher. The hematite scepter in where is it? In horse leather, Moses Iron is raising the scepter. The artwork relates to the creation of contained thin in Seedvault by the dwarf Moses Iron pillar stances in 396. S. Muffin Senior, SR or speedrunner. Sacrilegious. I don't know what that stands for. Oh shit! Look at this goblin with the little palletized clothing set. He's so cute. Wall doomed. Wait. Not wall doomed. Waddle doomed. Okay, I'm gonna be honest with you, chat. I don't want to kill this goblin. That is too funny of a name. Chat, can I get a big round of beers for Sergeant Muffin Senior or whatever? Thank you for the tier 1 subscription. That means a lot. You want to help keep this channel funded and keep it around the way it is? Hit that sub button. I do not want to hurt Waddle Doomed. Doomed to Waddle. Waddle to Doomed. Oh, also his friend. Lie Windy. He always says it's windy, Chad. It's not actually windy. Alrighty, Waddle Doomed. What do Waddle even doomed, though? Runs away, terrified, freaking out. Where are the other goblin at? And yes, I'm well aware I could station my military and deal with them, but... Are you leaving already? See, there you go. See ya. Wouldn't want to be ya. No luck on that. You, on the other hand, we're up to the 4th. I think it's the 5th is the full moon of Moonstone. The goblin was covered in tears. Yeah, because they're running away in fear. Now he's crying. See? Or she's crying. Yes, she's crying. She's a bit of a baby, I'll say. Look, see, terrified while in conflict. Okay, maybe it's the 6th. It's always usually either tears or sweat. Why is it ant people? Why is it always ant people? I think it's fair to say that this fort's about to get going. Did you get one? Oh, no. Tried. I think we need to follow the squads, chat. The cat is fighting. Get down there, Iron. We got an area that needs cleaning. Also, yes, I'm aware I haven't started making real gear, but that's because I've been waiting until I have lava forges up and running. Just gonna take a little longer. You know, I may actually change the way I'm building this. Uh-oh. So Avento's injured. But it seems like we can just stand right there. Avento has lost her intestines. And there's a dwarf here, Moral, who's currently climbing the mushrooms to fight with the incoming onslaught. And it didn't go so hot. We've got an ant that just fell into the water. I don't think they can swim. You're still missing your intestines. Don't think we'll be getting those back anytime soon. Moses is still alive. Fath is still alive. This was one of my best military dwarves. And the dwarves are climbing the mushrooms. We've got Iron down here who's just fallen after taking out a good number of ants. And getting back down onto the main layer. Meanwhile, Avento's still bleeding. I think I might just wall this in, chat. This sucks. That or just... Let's cancel these orders. Well, I was rescued. Such a relief, she says. Rescued by Moses, who also happens to be my doctor. What a legendary little dwarf. Rest in peace. We have missed the moon phase, and you want to know what the good news is? There is no. And I repeat, no. So-and-so turned into a weremonster. There would be a notification. Fath, the Hammerlord, has run directly at the creature without even wielding a weapon. He's currently punching the drone Ant-Man spearman in the first left lower arm with his left hand, and the injured part explodes. An artery has been opened by the attack. The force bends the left upper arm. I have improved my wrestling. I am very satisfied, he says. He then proceeds to scratch the Ant-Man. I'm also going to set the dwarves as no orders so that they hold their weapons. Did you equip a shield? Yes, you did. Fath has acquired a shield from the ant and is now, well, I mean, he's obtained the shield from the ant, but isn't currently smacking him with it. And I'm in an ad, so I will wait. You would have thought that that needed a witness. Nope, there's a notification, regardless of if there's a witness or not. So we're just waiting for this ad to end, and then I'll jump back in. But yeah, that's kind of crazy. I'm glad that I specified that and, like, checked. Because if I hadn't, I would have, like, entrapped or killed a dwarf that didn't need to be. We'll have to release her, but it's good to see. It is good to see. Hey, Frog Fryer, what up, dude? All right, so we should be through the ads in about 20 seconds. So I will give it another 20 seconds. Thanks for being patient, Charon. Huh. According to Fourth Wall email, Fourth Wall wants to know if I should make, excuse me, knitted caps, or not knitted caps, sewn in trucker hats, basically, like stitched trucker hats. I wonder, maybe make that good. Put like a fake mining company or something on it. Could work, or a fake brewery. All right, Dwarf, you're going to run directly for him. Well done. You did get injured in the process, but hey. Okay, so we do need to get these swords out of here. I also need to get these bodies out of here. So in order to get the bodies out of there, I need to do this. Basically. You haven't had one ad? That just means there's none in your region that are available. 1, 2, so what was that? 2 deaths? I still don't even have a manager's office because I'm too distracted by everything that's been happening. Honestly, if you haven't had ads, just be thankful that you live in a region where they don't buy ads, because I personally think that that's better than having ads. Unless you normally get ads, in which case then that's a little odd. At which point I would just say lucky day, I suppose. Shrug. Yes, you can rejoin society. I am totally planning to fight with cavern critters, by the way. That is one of the intended portions of this fortress. I'm going to throw some of these legendary dwarves into this squad. Fortunately, they also had shields, which is good. So we actually just got a bunch of free shields, which is actually quite nice. I do need to give these dwarves some better stuff. But it's nice to see them at the very least have shields. Sometimes on Australian and Canadian streamers, you don't. That's fascinating. I just pay for turbos so I don't see ads. You know, I was really scared for a moment there, but I'm not actually. I changed my mind. I'm not scared. Okay, it's a floating snowball. Forgotten Beast Rohir Tuksut has come. An enormous blob composed of snow. Composed? Composed of snow. It has a knobby shell and it squirms and fidgets. Fear the undulating snowball. Hear the flap. Although this dwarf just fell asleep right here, so maybe I should tell them to actually move up a little bit. Holy shit, spears look cool. So I don't think I've seen a spear since they changed the angle that they hold them at. That's pretty dope. All right, where's the snowball? Oh. Which one of you got it? Oh, there it is. Found it. So it's even better that it's on this mushroom and can't get down. Thoughts on Space Marine 2? I could care less. Ah, So I think the way I'm going to deal with this situation here is I'm going to get all this stuff cleaned out. I'm going to get these bodies put away. If the dwarves are able to get close enough to deal with it. Then I'm just going to go up to here, which I'm actually going to start doing right now. Go to about here. Yeah, my thoughts on Space Marine 2 are, it's a video game that exists? Why do I need to have thoughts on a video game that exists? I have almost no interest in playing it. And the only reason I say almost is I did play the first one. But this one has, like, anti-cheat that makes it not work on my computer, so... No, I'm good. I'm good. Here's the reason we forgot about that beast, because it wasn't worth thinking about for very long. What? Oh dear, what has happened with the new fort? I mean, new fort things, shall we say. Forgot about what now? Nothing of value, clearly. This can get deconstructed. I can go down here, plop a raising drawbridge right there. And place a door right here. There was so much excitement while you were sleeping. Yeah, stuff has definitely happened. Stuff has most certainly happened. Most of it's been in like the last 30 minutes. So it's been pretty chill up until this point. Just weird conversations up until this point. Which I would also like to reiterate one more time. The reason I call this stream and I'll kind of applaud you guys as being a mature audience is because we can sit here and talk unironically about like a certain race car driver and lots of other things relating to horrible people, and nobody got banned yet. I mean, so I applaud you guys, chat. Also, hi Devilish. Your dwarf from the last fort showed up, and you were haggard and married to a necromancer. So I expelled you because I didn't want to deal with you. Just thought I'd let you know. So now you live in a cave up north. I mean, today was fine, you know. Problematic race car driver, for sure, though. Okay, so we dig in here real quick. There we go. Just saw you went live at like 2 a.m. my time, so it's good to know that your insomnia is keeping up. You might have something to watch. What time is it right now for you? I go live at 10 a.m. or at 9 a.m. Pacific on Twitch, 10 a.m. Pacific on YouTube. It's been a long season, Jesus. I'm just going to drop a bunch of stuff on top of all this stuff. Which probably isn't even going to kill all of them. I would like to know why they're not finishing that, though. I love how many wheelbarrows just come flying down here to clear everything out. It's approaching 10:30 a.m. Well, it is 5:30 p.m. Guess you must be in Australia, then. There was one person who might have been getting close to receiving a hammer, but they seem to have left. What, my fort? I don't really punish people with hammers. If I'm going to punish people, I'll put them in prison a few times first. Don't actually need to dig along this side because they'll just do it up here. So much miasma. Nasty. You know, what if I... dig down to here. So if I do that, then we can just get rid of this body. And let's go to my coffins right over here, or where they're about to go. And just go... burial. Burial. Oh shit, I need more tombs. Have to make more coffins. So let's see. Is anybody putting those into tombs? Nope. Well, welcome from the land down under. Our wheelbarrows fixed. How were they broken? This is always like the most confusing question I get. And I get these pretty consistently. Where someone says, is insert thing fixed? And I sit here going, if they were broken, it was so long ago, I don't remember. But I use wheelbarrows in every fort and have used wheelbarrows in every fort for years. More than that, even. So I have no idea what you're even referring to. Yeah, how were they broken? This is basically my question. Well, so it's been a long time since 2007. I hope you had a good time in your coma. Angel agreed. I feel like Dwarf Fortress is not the thing you should be asking about if you've been in a coma since 2007. But yeah, as far as me guessing with the skin to be broken, with poisons, the skin needs to be broken for it to be effective. So something could bite you in the clothing in Dwarf Fort and it says, is bruised, and then they won't get the poison, like for helmet snake poison, just as an example. Sometimes cut around empty wheelbarrows going from item to item, but not have anything or something like that. That sounds like a player management issue and not a bug. I know that sometimes they can end up with too many items stuck in them, but then you just need a dwarf to grab it and go grab another item and dump it, and then they all come out. But that's the only one that I know of, and I know that there's a df hack command to fix that, but that's hardly game breaking, or really an issue to begin with. So yeah, I don't really have a good connection to what you're referring to. Sorry, I'm not more help. Okay, so what I need is I need to go to right here. Just do this. And write in corpses. Let's see, I was gonna say, had we killed Bin Laden in 2007? Like, what year did that happen? It's unironically about to ask that, but I figured I shouldn't, so. But yeah, that was still a going concern in 07. COVID happened. You skipped a couple things. Between, like, we killed Bin Laden and COVID happened. Like, there was H1N1 and swine flu before that. We've had several rampaging horrific diseases. Also, wasn't SARS after 07? When was the SARS outbreak? We've had multiple. You weren't going in order? Fair. What? Dear Tubal, you mind explaining to me exactly what the fuck you're doing in the water drowning? Like, do ya? I'd love to know. Because I genuinely have no idea as to why they're in there drowning. It's mildly baffling. Like, I presume it was something to do with this. Nope, because, wait, okay, you were fighting. Okay, so an ant person got in there and stabbed him. Well, at least you dropped a steel spear. I mean, that's a free spear, so this has been a very amusing 30 minutes. Not gonna lie. It's okay. They'll never see this coming. The way that I will surprise them with my surprise murder tactics. They'll never see any of it coming. Because I'm just going to do this. Let's go up to here. Make sure that this gets hooked up with this. What? Okay. I think it's time to change the rules for this area. Dear Dwarf, you might be a legendary hammer dwarf, but I suggest opening your mouth. Texas Emblem, thank you very much for that brand new YouTube membership. Check, can I get a round of beers for that brand new YouTube membership? Oh, shit. All right, well, fortunately, I can tell my military to go stand here now. This is probably a horrible idea, but you know what? I've committed this far to the bit, and there's other dwarves running into here, so I might as well you know, cause some more problems. There's also a necromancer in the water, which has me slightly worried. And also Almost here, who's turning into almost a dead dwarf. Moses, on the other hand, is, well, you know, standing right there, right next to it, not stabbing the thing to death, and then dodges into the water and probably is about to... Oh, no, never mind, not about to drown. That's actually just the necromancer dwarf going up and down. I'm going to send them back to training. Like, just go work on your best skillsies, okay? Can we do that, please? Did you literally just stand somewhere where you can't get away? Yep, you did. Okay, well, that's awesome. Thank you for that, dwarf. Can we go kill this thing now, please? Please? There you go. Hey, iMiner fell in and somehow managed to escape. So, this is terrifying. I'm gonna do this. I'm gonna forbid all this. Okay, I'm gonna go down here and I'm gonna forbid all this as well. And then I'm gonna go up to here. And by up here, I mean this. And then I'm gonna go here and I'm gonna be like, oi, dum-dums. New rule. None of this area. This area bad, okay? And I'm gonna turn this burrow on and I'm gonna assign everybody to it. So get out of here if you can, please. And then these two dwarves with their questionable levels of decision making can just stay there. And I'm gonna go up to here and I'm gonna grab this lever and I'm going to go into here and I'm going to grab this down to here, forbid all this, and hope these dwarves turn around, which they didn't. And now we wait for somebody to come pull the lever. And just like that, the necromancer survives somehow. And so did that dwarf. Nope, never mind. That's just a soldier ant. Did the dwarf die? Okay, Fath died. Sorry, Fath. Man, necromancer, you could have revived them. You could have. Why didn't you? There he goes. Well, that was fucking chaos. Huh. There's just, like, flooring everywhere here now. That got progressively worse and you loved it. That was like... Yeah, no, actually, that is what happened there. That started off bad and just kind of kept getting worse. I didn't expect the flooring to just, like, cover everything like this, though. Well, at least the population's nice again. I'm trying to think. How can I unfuck this? The beasts are dead. Oh, there was only one in it. Yes, it's been dead for a while. The ant people killed it. It was made of snow, so it wasn't exactly a huge threat. When I chop those trees, yeah. 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 They never replicated. There was only one. My dwarves killed it, and nobody got bit. One person did, but it didn't break skin, so they didn't get infected. What's the Dwarf Fortress version of When in Rome? Chat, what's the Dwarf Fortress version of When in Rome? Because that's a good question. I'm trying to decide, like, what's the least terrible way of getting rid of all this stuff? I guess, okay. How many pump parts do I have? Let's go. 1, 4, okay. 2, 3, 4. Would add an elven outpost? I don't know. I don't think that's a good equivalent, personally, but... When in the mines, maybe. I do need to get these bodies out of here, though. I think that should be priority number 1 right now. I think what I need to do is drain a good chunk of this side, seal it off here, and seal it off here. But I'll probably need lava to actually drain it. Fortunately, we're about to have that. Let's just see what everybody ends up doing. When digging deep? Yeah, when digging down, maybe. Could work. I could work with that. Wear outpost. Steal a thong, more like. Because dwarves can only make loincloths, not thongs, right? Test successful says they think they have an idea, I think. All right, let's go all the way across to here. Uh-oh. Is there another one already? I'm seeing a dwarf who's terrified while in conflict. Oh. Of course! You know. Just an undead crocodile. You know, in case it wasn't already bad enough, we have final insult to injury. A fucking undead crocodile shows up. The necromancer, of all the things it decided to resurrect, not the legendary dwarf, nope, an undead crocodile. Well done, Moses. Jesus, man. This is a titchy little fortress? Titchy? What's titchy mean? I do really love how many instances, but then it got worse, we've had in this fort so far today, though. So I kind of lost count of how many dwarves died. I don't know if any of you guys were counting, but, like, I'm going to go queue up some more tombs. So about 5 before Waddles came in. Goddamn Waddles. Did Waddles escape or did we kill Waddles? I don't actually know. Did I kill Waddles? Yeah, I killed Waddles. God damn it. Waddles had a good name. Waddle it was called Waddle Doomed. Was their last name, which is my favorite goblin last name I've ever seen. What's up, Lydian? Explain Dwarf Fortress in 5 words. Not as difficult. Not actually that difficult anymore. When in boat, actually true. That's the way to do it. When in boat murdered. A doctor of some sort? I do have my chief medical dwarf. Hey, Chad, explain Dwarf Fortress in 5 words better than I just did, because I'm bad at that sort of thing. A 404 is my doctor. Generally is unhindered by the thoughts of others concerning her actions. She finds helping others emotionally rewarding, does not enjoy participating in physical confrontations, and works to square this natural tendency with her respective martial prowess. Lives a fast-paced life and tends to be a bit stubborn in changing her mind about things. Is quick to anger and can handle stress. She has a calm demeanor and occasionally overindulges, and tends to not reveal personal information, and tends to avoid crowds. When she's thinking, her body becomes very still. She needs alcohol to get through the working day and doesn't really care about anything anymore. Inspires nerd games. Accurate. Yeah. That or inspires nerd gamers. Personally treasures independence, believes that peace is always preferable to war, has a negative view of those who exercise power over others, and doesn't think one way or another about leisure time. Likes Casserite gold and amber opal, giant dingo leather and the color rust, gauntlets and amulets in the words of the intricate lark, and when possible prefers to consume blue peafowl and potato wine. And absolutely hates jumping spiders. You're close friends with my other doctors. Surprise. You feel empathy after discussing an acquaintance's problems. You were in the previous fort, and you're resilient and learn to disdain power after seeing a goblin die, or a goblin's dead body. You killed 5 troglodytes in my last fort. You're married to Thob, and... yeah, that's pretty much it. Look, a giant Wolverine. Uh-huh. Unwavering violence against everyone. Equal opportune violence. Okay. So let's jump up to this side. The original Colony Simulator video game is a way that you could describe this game in 5 words. Okay, so I need power. So I'm just going to say, where was the lever I was going to connect you to? I don't actually know. Up here, probably? Yeah. I'm just going to deconstruct these. I'm also going to go down to here and go, why haven't you destroyed the friggin' floodgate yet? Oh, because I can't get to it. Right. Duh. Makes sense to me. Game of the Millennium? Yeah, the last video game, but that's not 5 words. Did I just lose an additional dwarf? I think I did. Okay, I'm gonna cry for a second. I need to increase the quality of my Engravers Guild, which I put up here. Okay. I'm gonna sort of cheat for a second. Just go up here and say, hey, join the Engravers Guild. Thank you. I'll deal with that later. Complicated in theory, really simple. Easier than you might expect. I can explain it in 2 words. Wait, actually, I have 5 words. Flat Minecraft, but actually SimCity, if you count SimCity as 1 word. How's that? Sure, but Minecraft is 3D. That's why, hence the flat Minecraft portion of the statement. I don't know why Dwarf don't want to dig. Oh, man, I've had multiple I'm really fucking stupids in the last 90 seconds. Rimworld, but good? What about sliced Minecraft? I think that's way too obtuse of a statement. D&D for people without friends. Dwarf Fortress is about the world. Is the main difference there. There we go. Then I can go. Doran the Engraver has created Elbeslulus, a shale scepter, and claims it as a family heirloom. Pausing for a second. Don't tell anybody, chat, that I completely forgot to make a farmer's guild, by the way. Just saying. Because I super duper did. I mean, don't tell anybody. Herding cats is probably easier. 5 words. You know, it's funny. We're still just like sitting here describing Dwarf Fortress in 5 words. Yet that person may have actually been looking for a synopsis of Dwarf Fortress. Gila Sprite decayed? Yeah. Sad. It was bound to happen eventually. You dream someday of making a Minecraft mod with DF blocks and biomes and so on? What? Oh. I mean, there used to be a Minecraft map importer for Dwarf Fort, so you can import your fortresses into Minecraft, which I miss, but Minecraft stopped being that compatible with it. Like, is the gist that I get. Like, it just didn't work anymore. It was another scepter, right? Elbasluslus. This looks like not in Dwarfish. This name looks like it's in Kobold, but I don't think it is. And one final one, right? Okay, well, you're going to break that. But there was a Minecraft mod that let you do that for a while. All right. Let's go back down to this dumb project. Can finish that. Go this way. This is filling. Let's pull this lever. After I double check that there's nobody down in here and that this is actually open, which it is. Sweet. What's the purpose of the pig at the entrance? It's a guard dog. It barks really loudly when bad guys show up. We told it really loud to just make really loud barking sounds and pretend to be a dog. And turns out it's pretty good at it. Sometimes I nickname them ham radio as a community in joke, which is 100% better than a community out joke. All right, dwarves, it's time to begin pumping. Ah. We're finding dwarves that have now drowned. So something I could do is I could cave in a chunk right here. Kind of hoping it'll pull the bodies in, but I'm not gonna get too hopeful here. This is not the first time we've been at nice population. No, Minecraft became less compatible because it got bought by Microsoft and got locked down. And the Java version also got locked down a bit. It was in that same era where a fuckload of mods just broke all at the same time. And I think the person who made it initially stopped updating it, which probably also helps. Where's that water getting pumped up to? Off the map. Through the fortifications. Yeah, also I think the people who are modding Minecraft's demographics changed. I think that also happened. So stuff is getting removed, and dwarves can now run down into here and remove this stuff. This stuff seems to be getting pulled over slowly, which is good. Why not? Let's see if we can win the practically a lottery. Get that stuff dealt with. Another farmer's been found dead. We're finding all the people who died now. And hopefully getting corpses buried. Nobody's currently putting items in tombs, but I also need to queue up more tombs. Today has been an amusing day. I'm not exactly, like, working very quickly towards my goal, but, you know, slow and steady, right? As they say. Oh, God. Joking about war crimes unironically in the current year. Imagine that. Or ironically, even. Let's say rock coffin. Okay, we're going to throw you in. See how that looks. Immediately gets Urist in it. Of course, that's forbidden. Well, we've got Fath down here, who's going to get hauled out, which is good. So many shields right there, holy shit. I do think this will eventually start to drain. The problem is there's just way too much intake for the water. I think if I'm going to block it, I would have to block it right here, basically. I think I can do that. Also, these need to go up, not down. Yeah, that'll work. Work on this. Wonder where the mechanisms ended up. Should just queue up like a bunch of mechanisms is what I should do. We also probably need a temple again. I'm also very short on bedrooms right now. Like, everything is terrible right now, and I feel really bad for these poor dwarves. So while all of this nonsense is going on in the background, before I get too distracted, let's go over here and queue up some bedrooms, shall we? You ever just, like, sit there and go, man, I feel really bad for all of the dwarves who have to live here. Because I do that more often than I probably should. Just kind of have, like, this sudden spat of self-awareness where I'm just like, wow, I made a horrible place to live. I gotta work on this, guys. You know, next election, I'll do the things that I actually promised. And that's the time that I realized, man, it's easy being a politician. Don't do anything you promise and then apologize later. And promise to do it next time. It's an excellent business model, really. A dwarven utopia? Yeah. It is a planned dwarven utopia. And that's exactly what it is. It's planned. We'll get there eventually. It just requires more lives, blood, sweat, and tears, and unpaid labor. I mean, how do you expect us to get to utopia if you don't break your back working? It's a reasonable ask. Also, I have to figure something out. Good news. I haven't split up the one gay couple in the fort yet. They're such a rarity. I'm behind on everything. What the fuck was I... Oh. What was I doing? I can't remember. I'm trying to fit, like, I can't remember what the fuck I was doing into 5 words, and I can't do it. What was I doing? Fuck, there you go. True, that's 5 words. I think chat's better at this than me. Forgot to make that guild hall. Yeah, that's true. I did forget to make that guild hall. And queue up more mechanisms for that matter. Did I not queue up more mechanisms? My manager's not dead, right? No. Should you play RimWorld or Dwarf Fortress? That's like asking if you should play Civilization or StarCraft. It's up to you, mate. I do agree that they're both massive time sinks, though. Also, how's the power doing? Oh, look at that! We've got lava pumping. Should have paid more attention to that, but... Sweet. I can now make actual weapons. Let's get started on that, too. I was being kind of lazy, to be honest. This. And then this. And then this. Then this. Then this. And then this. Magma Forge time? Yep, getting there. Getting real close. It's like 2 major projects going on right now. Clearing these bodies out of here. 3 major projects. Clearing bodies, draining a portion of the caverns, and dropping a rock. Not necessarily in that order. And, where's my manager? Quit doing other jobs. Just manage, please. But, yeah, it's hard to tell, like, how to actually answer that question, Finesse, or Fessa, because it's like, it's very much a different playstyle kind of thing. Dwarf Fortress is more like a personal RP kind of game, where you'll get a lot more out of it if you are into like role-playing and trying to build up a fort in kind of a role-play environment. But RimWorld is a game that you'll get more out of if you like strategic complexity. So they're pretty different games in that regard. Lady Cat. Sweet. They brought a sheep. Sea Dwarves. Oh, I remember you, Ashton. See ya. Wouldn't want to be ya. Goden shows up with a crown on. And their pet donkey. Oh yeah, no, they're both pretty different games. The only real similarity that the two of them have is they both have a colony that you can build. And RimWorld has this strange obsession with marketing itself as being like Dwarf Fortress and constantly referencing Dwarf Fortress. That's more or less where the similarities end as far as I'm concerned, but... Captured a Minotaur once? How terrified were your dwarves of it? Hey, look, it's Sim Texagon. Hello, Sim. Look at you. I know you. This is true. Characters do dumb things in both games, but I would say that characters also do dumb things in games like Age of Empires, and it's a very different game. Puppy. Piggy. Zombie. Okay, Lycott Bridgequick, you can hang out. You, on the other hand, You and her hubby can leave, please. Thank you. All right, I think that's everything. Yeah, Dwarf Fortress is a very unique video game, which is part of the reason, like, it's just difficult to compare it to things. There really isn't much like Dwarf Fortress out there. Oh, it was in a cage? Okay, there you go. Then you're good. Because sometimes people put it behind, like, glass windows or something, and it's like, well, you know, that's just going to terrify all of your dwarves, right? Which is kind of funny for a bit until you realize it's going to make your entire fort collapse. Like, I'd be lying if I said it wasn't funny. It's very funny. It can, you know, kill your dwarves. Cause your fort to end and all that. Do they put families at the top? Is that like a hidden filter or something? I actually disagree with that notion, that losing is fun in RimWorld. Because in RimWorld is an optimization game where you, the player, have 100% control at all times if you're playing optimally. So it pressures the player into finding ways to play optimally the vast majority of the time. Meaning, if you lose in RimWorld, it always feels like you could have prevented it. And for me, maybe not for everybody, but for me at the very least, that makes losing not even remotely fun. Because when I lose, I get mad at myself. When you lose in Dwarf Fortress, at least for me, it never feels like I lost because I fucked up. It feels like I lost because Lamau Dwarf Fortress, which is fun. So, I don't know. I very much find RimWorld not to be a fun game to lose in. Okay, so I'm going to do a thing. I'm going to permit the use of hematite in non-economic jobs. I'm going to go into... I have so many rock mechanisms jobs. What the fuck is happening? Anyway, I'm going to permit those, and I'm going to make my magma forges out of iron ore, because I think they'll be pretty rad. The thing is, I don't really want... Okay, so there are no blocks jobs going right now. I'm going to make... Okay, I'll just construct them this way then. Sounds like a chocolate teapot? Don't worry about it. In Dwarf Fortress, we choose to not worry about things that make absolutely no logical sense, like the fact that lava will melt ice and snow, but it won't melt ice walls. Don't worry about it. It's fine. Those are going to be a cool color, though. It's fine. They look pretty. Don't worry about it. Nobody talks about the fact that pumping lava or manipulating lava with glass is a weird thing. That is perfectly normal and possible in reality as well. Okay? The power of Dwarven engineering. They're so dumb they just will things into working. Wait, I think that was orcs. Special dwarf class. Yes, no, it's imbued with dwarven hair. Okay. So now that I've done that, I'm going to set up 2 jobs, which is smelt hematite ore. I'm going to do that if number of iron bars is less than 50. And if amount of hematite is greater than 5. We'll say 10. Now I get to it, dwarves. And the other thing I'm going to say is, let's just make full sets of iron gear. I can melt it down later if I need to. Iron helm. Iron short sword, iron gauntlets, iron breastplate, iron greaves. I'm not going to worry about boots right now. And also, iron disc. 3 and quarterly. Jesse Squirrel, thank you very much for that Prime subscription and also that follow that I spotted earlier today. Appreciate you. Chat, can I get a big round of beers for that brand new Prime subscription? While I sit over here and do the very entertaining task of slowly one by one removing all this stuff. We are slowly draining this, though. And I think this just, yeah, we've got more skeletons moving. in the direction they need to be moving. And watching on YouTube, you finally managed to catch me live. Well, there you go. Welcome to the Twitchosphere. Really hope you're going to go mine the right side. Normally I would pause during the ads, but I'm not in this case because this is going to take a while. No. Fuck. All right, let's just do this way. I'll do this the lazy way. It's not actually the lazy way. It is way faster, but it requires digging out more stuff, which I don't actually want to do right now, but here we are. What are you laughing at, Queen Thing? Come on. Stop it. That's not fair. This is streamer abuse. It's not my fault. Blame the dwarves. That is all. Nobody's fallen in yet, which is kind of a miracle. All right. Now we just need to wait for these rocks to go away, or do the smart thing, which is just fucking forbid them. And let's pull another lever, shall we? Lever 2. Looking to see who had the rights to pull the lever. Check. Can I get a round of, I don't know, water? I do have a water emote. So let's get a whole lot of whooshes. I think it's whoosh is the emote. Because this is going to be a very appropriate whoosh. I'm scared that... Fuck. Chad, I got bad news. The tree supported it. So I can do this, but in order to do this... Sorry, I'm just sitting here debating everybody. In order to do this, I have to also dig out this. Okay. So I just have to remove this piece. You know, I feel like trees and lakes in Dwarf Fortress are always a real goddamn nuisance. It's not limited to this fort. Like, trust me. It's just Dwarf Fortress. Sacred tree, I suppose. Taylor, what up? If only we hadn't booted Devilish Potato. Devilish Potato would have chopped all these trees down already. All right. Let's try this. So it's a goddamn mycelium mangrove forests, pretty much. You can substitute, can you? It has a clip of a dragon that got into his alcohol and exploded all the liquor. Yes, it was glorious. All right, let's see if this does the thing it's supposed to. Or if I'm just going to get mad at another tree. There we go. Hallelujah. All right, so I'm just going to go back up to here and just fill all this in with flooring. Because now there's a lot more pumping capabilities here. Still probably not enough, though. I mean, I could go all the way up to here and drop this in. Nailed it, Zutica. Nailed it. It's being limited by a lot of things currently. Trigadonson, hello. All right. Here's a thing that I can do. Mm-mm. I'm just gonna bring in the, I was gonna say the big guns, but it's more like the hot glue gun. It's more like the hot glue gun. Not so much big, just glue. Lots of glue. Except actually, let's maybe do this right here, so I could do this from both ends. Except I don't need this upper layer. So I kind of screwed this up. I need to actually do this on a lower layer. I need to do this down here. Why don't we actually just go to there instead? That'll work. And then to get rid of this, I will cave it in from up here. Can underground cavern lakes are always such a pain in the ass for water wheels? It forces you to always look for river embarks. I almost never, you know, Chad, when was the last time I settled on a river? Also, I'm not using this for water wheels. It's me trying to seal off portions of it. And also there's like dwarves, you know, dead in it. So I'm trying to get bodies out of it is the issue I'm having, which is always fun. It's always a good time when you realize that your friends are swimming dead. Need to double check to make sure that hematite is no longer usable stone. Done. I mean, I usually use aquifers, but I'll be completely honest with you, I haven't actually found an aquifer yet. Being completely upfront here, haven't actually found an aquifer yet. So might as well just stop doing this at this point. Then just pour a bunch of lava in on this, and then we'll figure it out when we get there. Water wheel setups are an art project. I mean, I'm quite happy with how this looks. I think I can make this look absolutely awesome in the future. But we're not quite there yet. But I do agree that good-looking water wheel setups are a thing of beauty. And then I can just deal with this, or I can start it pumping by just simply going up here and channeling down. We're getting there. This is what you do. You go down a couple of levels near your tavern so that they get waterfall thoughts. I was really hoping that the, like, aquifer that's supposedly in this map would be higher up and closer to the surface, but it's not for some reason, and it's kind of baffled me ever since I've embarked on this map. Because I'm just kind of used to just stuff being closer to the surface. But this particular aquifer is just in a really odd spot. Now the real question is, how many dwarves am I going to accidentally set on fire with this project? Relying on RNG of placement of lake underground, you might not even get lake borders. Here's the thing. If you hate it that much, when you embark, why don't you just use reveal all with DF hack and just look? Like, I generally am kind of anti-cheating in games, but like, if you are that bothered by it, why don't you just make your gameplay experience better and not worry about it? Anyone ever run into an issue where dwarves pick up picks, then run around, and then put them back in the stockpile over and over? Are they either A, both a miner and a hunter, or B, a miner and a, what's the word? Woodcutter, or a miner and or any combination of the three, or alternatively a miner and a soldier? Because they'll get conflicts if you have too many conflicting jobs that require a uniform. It's such a well-known thing. In fact, like it's not even really registered. It doesn't even register as an issue anymore. It just isn't something I ever run into. I'm also going to make iron anvil. I mean, I've certainly seen that happen. I would recommend unassigning that dwarf from, like, their tasks and assign somebody else. And then in like 20, 30 minutes, reassign that dwarf. It's like 4 dwarves? No, like, fully uncheck them. Don't just disable it. Fully uncheck them. But it sounds like you've got it does sound like you've got a uniform conflict. That would be my assumption. I'm just going to forbid this stuff that's left down here. Got all the ore out. That's what I really care about. So, chat, how many dwarves do you think are going to get surprise turned into, dead when I do this? Should be fine. At least 2? Well, there it goes. We'll see how true that may be. Apparently I've got a zombie visiting. Yeah, usually I find just forbidding the item that they swap between constantly fixes it, or alternatively just like disabling the labor for that dwarf in particular and then re-enabling it later is usually the route I end up going. And it almost always fixes it. All right. It's time to tell this lake to get fucked. I tried to save it and preserve its purity. But frankly, I don't think it gets the privilege anymore. Oh, interesting. The portions of flooring are caving in places as it burns. Zuntir, the Dwarven Child, has claimed a Craftsdorf shop. At some point, I should probably turn the water off, yeah? What do you think? This is the most chaotic day for the sport so far. That is true. Facts. These are not lava safe, but they also won't flow through this. Let's let it go a little further. Let it get up to here. Don't worry about it. It's fine. Most likely nothing more will go particularly wrong. I assure you once again, this is fine. Completely under control, I think. Not much more could go wrong anyways. So not a huge loss if it does. All right, that's done. Just kind of hoping we can seal all the way off to here and maybe up to here. It's kind of what I'm hoping for. So fun fact, no tree trunks burn in Dwarf Fort. They're all magma proof. The only portions of trees that get destroyed in Dwarf Fortress by lava are the leaves and branches. But these guys, the tower caps, like, are completely indestructible. Whereas the fungi wood, their branches burn because they actually have branches, whereas tower caps don't have a burning point. Which, yes, I know that's dumb. It's okay. I don't mind. That is dumb. Okay, we need this to go. There it goes. Just up to the wall up there. Oh look, kiddo's begun a mysterious construction. Ain't that grand? It's getting kind of burny in here, I think. Oh no. Are you on fire, or is it the grass underneath you that's on? I think it's the stuff underneath it that's on fire. Probably have too much. You know, that's a very valid way of thinking about it. Definitely. I'm just going to use that from now on and not say that they don't have a burning point because they definitely just don't have a burning point. But, you know, hey, if it works for nether cap, why not tower cap? It'd be funny if the game calculated air pressure from the lake, flash boiling, and there would be a windy, warm stairways somewhere. The game does simulate wind, but it would be funny, yeah, if you could use... Actually, wouldn't that be dope? If you could use, like, steam to power windmills. Maybe one day. Staircase. Yeah, just blast steam up from underground and, like, blow people out of the ceiling. Smoke doesn't create poor air quality, but it pisses dwarves off if they have to inhale it. It's a really bad negative thought. But it doesn't kill them. It just upsets them greatly. It's an interesting little lava reservoir that's building up down there. Because it evaporated all the water. Oh, interesting. This is a completely separated water source now, only filling from there now. Snatchers. Oh, geez. It's okay, my squatties are now armed. Gutter Horrors? What a name. Nope. Those got dealt with quickly. Got the two of them done. Where's the last one? All the way up here. Fortunately with no child in their bag. Hey, it's Windy. You came back. Welcome back. We're gonna try and get you this time, Windy. We got you. Don't worry. The dwarves are coming right for you. Just hold up, hang tight, and I guess we'll see you next time then. Bone Dolphin is throwing yet another tantrum. Wait a second. Zuntir's begun. Where's Zuntir? Zuntir? Huh? What? I'm super confused. What? It says they began a mysterious construction. The shop is still claimed, but they're not in the shop. Well, it means that they're in a, like, a fey mood, right? They forgot their project? Sure. Yeah, that's how the game works. All right. Well, I guess I should stop pumping lava into here, yeah? So I'm gonna just run down here and go doink. And then begin, you know, channeling something down into here. The moment when you realize, no, I can't actually channel it down from here because it'll break, but I could let it drain and then fill it in. Because it's draining now. The pumps have stopped. Well, this will just slow down slowly with time. Well, it's one way to clean the caves up. Just making sure I don't have any caged things. And I do have 2 lady crocs. No male crocs. That's a shame. Okay, so how many of you are aware that I've spent like the last year in-game with a mayor and no mayor's office? Any of you? Anybody? Yeah? No? Well, I have. So I think I should make a mayor's office. How bad do they need one? Yes. Mayors need offices to function properly. Otherwise, they can't do their jobs. They get upset. They get upset with dwarves. And they can't do their task properly. Simply put, make your mayors an office chat. Just do it. Seemed pretty normal to you? Nope. You need to make sure your dwarves have an office. This is not normal for me. Normally I have an office before things even start. Maybe it's just coal, right? Yeah. And then go down to here and say, also, yo, by the way, load coal, please. It's just when they want annoying things that's kind of annoying. Yeah, no, mandates are very important. Did not having one prevent it from issuing mandates? No, in fact, it makes it worse. They demand more things. That's actually kind of bullshit, but they get mad either way. Doesn't matter. There is no way to prevent them from issuing mandates unless you mod them out of the game. That's how you prevent them from issuing mandates, is you remove them as an option. But Mayor does like serrated discs, so I will put some serrated discs in their office on pedestals. I'm sure they'll appreciate it, right? Yes, it works. Queen thing. What they're actually asking for isn't they want a bed made of metal. They're asking for a bed that includes metal materials. Table. Let's say rock table. Actually, fuck it. Iron table. Iron throne. I don't know how much iron I have, but it's probably a lot, so. Bars. How much do I have? 86. That's plenty. The dwarves are going to be like, I have to haul what now? You have to haul what where? You're telling me to do what? How do you do that? You have to decorate it with that material. I think that happens at a craftsdwarf shop. I say I think because I don't do it very often. Although I'll say this. These mandates, mandatory. If you don't do these, dwarves will go to prison. These mandates, the ones that show up here, not mandatory. Nobody will go to prison if you do this. Although apparently you need a bismuth bronze dining table. Oh shit, look at all these bismuth bronze shields. How convenient. Sweet. Awesome. Had no idea. Melt metal object. Yes, please. Do it. Thank you. Although I'm going to say, go off duty for a little bit, dwarves. Just in case any of them are running around with them. I couldn't tell you because my only craft store shop is currently claimed by a child who's on the other end of the map doing God knows what. And the only way I know how to stop it is by killing him. Killing her? Killing her. Which I don't really want to do. So I'm kind of hoping it just fixes itself eventually. We're in an ad, so pause. Think about it this way, Drosta. It actually might be in an ad. Interrogate? Well, 1, I can't. 2, you can't interrogate children. 3, well, 1, you can't interrogate children. 2, they're stuck. Like, I don't know. I'm presuming they ran away in fear because of the goblins that were on the map. Because I have seen them run away in fear. It's just they're not going back. So what's going to happen is they're going to stand there and then eventually go insane and die. No, ad here? Oh, that's good. Think about it this way. Your nobles are your therapists. The happier your nobles are, the easier it is for them to make the rest of your fort happy. And yes, I'm aware I have a dwarf that's just tantruming. It's Bone Dolphin. They specifically requested the tantrumy dwarf, which means, yes, I need to make a captain of the guard, but one thing at a time here. Maybe. Probably should try something, so it's probably not the worst idea. Although I don't know if you actually can. Well, okay, so what I would need to do is I'd need to go beneath them. And then mine up. Because you can't actually start a mining job underneath something. So we'll see how that goes. We go gem windows. Where do you want that table? In your dining room. Okay. Bismuth bronze table. Just one. That should be plenty. I have a slight suspicion this is going to kill this dwarf, but... Yes. It might make the child go... Oh, wow, I can't actually do it. Okay, how about this? This'll probably kill them. But I need to know. Okay, there you go. You're gonna walk away. Hey, dwarf, maybe don't run down there with a wheelbarrow. You might die. I can explain. You know, it was always a gamble, okay? It was. It really was. There was a chance they could have lived. There certainly was a chance that they could have lived, and that would have been the best outcome for everybody involved, but it wasn't meant to be. Who was to try pushing them with water? Eh. Okay, let's go here. And place a table down here, which will be the mayor's table. Let's give it a shale throne, give you an iron throne. No shale throne, just iron. I will say I was going to say 2 chests and a cabinet. How about a cabinet? Nope. Okay. Well, let's just do rock, cabinet, rock, chest, coffer. Yep. And just do 80 of each. Let's just get to it. And go here and make an office. Wait, yeah. No, okay, no, actually I need to flip these. Go up here and make an office. Go down here and remove this. And go to here and make a dining room. Mayor and mayor. Who's your spouse? Yuzol? Got it. And then I will give you another table and another iron throne in case you and your spouse want to share. and have dinner together. Also put a pedestal in the middle. I put a disc here because of how much of a fan this dwarf is of discs. Big CD junkie, I'm told. Frame death doesn't generally happen in Dwarf Fortress and won't happen in this fort. What is the goal of this fort? It's just to get 500 pop. We had very specific goals in the last fort. This one is purely just to get 500 pop. And also, you know, maybe mess around with systems I don't normally mess around with. Such as, migrants have arrived. Such as a lot of farming stuff. But it's been busy the past day, so haven't done as much as I normally would. Or haven't done as much as I did yesterday, I guess more specifically. How dare you bring a guinea pig into my hallowed grounds, you asinine twat. Awful creature. We just soloed an entire goblin siege. I love it when they do that. It's a great feeling. Holy shit, 4 children? See ya. Basically, like, I think I alternate between super complicated fort goals and more straightforward fort goals. This is definitely a straightforward one. Sweet. So we've now dealt with this whole area down here. So once this is all done, all of these trees can be connected and I can chop them down. We can individually dig up to each one of these ones and chop them down too. So we just have to wait for this to cool off a bit more. And then after all that, or maybe not after all that, and then as that begins, I can start blocking this off. But I'm not going to be able to fully block it off. Should you try Mark's Dwarfs? Mark's Dwarfs are more useful than both of the ones you just mentioned, in my opinion. That, or I could just build a big fence around this. Chat, what do you think is more interesting? Walling up right against the wall, or just kind of fencing off this area right here? Okay, chat. For those of you who are keeping track, and those of you with your bingo cards out, grab them and mark off tile 4. The tile that says, person asks if something that was fixed over a year ago hasn't been fixed yet. I've had dwarves one-shot goblins from, like, 30 tiles away with a bolt before. Yes, they are very effective. In the right situations, they can be exceptionally effective. And are they bugged? No. No, they are not. I mean, the wiki could stand to be updated for a fucking lot of things in this game, to be fair. But at this point, I don't actually think it's much of the wiki. I think it's actually just people telling each other that they don't work. Which, you know, Say what you will, but trust me, they work. For reference, they got fixed last October. Was when they got fixed. They don't, though. The only time that they can or are even capable of, air quotes, kamikazeing off your walls is, one, if you didn't put a roof, and dwarves can jump walls, so that's a you being stupid issue, not them not working, or being bugged. That's the first thing. Second thing, if they are kamikazeing off your walls, it's probably because there's intelligent undead with force pull on the ground. Which they absolutely, like, can and do and will do. But that's, again, not a bug. That's you being dumb and setting the wrong entity against an unbeatable enemy in this instance. Or a losing situation, I guess. Is maybe the better way of putting it. Okay. Let's do rock, armor stand, rock, weapon rack. Just do 40. Is there any way to search specifically for worn or tattered clothing in your stocks? Not in your stocks. When trading, if you search by X, it'll get you some false positives, but it'll work. But if you want to search by worn clothing specifically and just filter them out to like get rid of them, just make a, well, literally just do this. Make a refuse stockpile. That's not the stockpile screen, dum-dum. And then just set it for refuse, okay? However, remove everything except for item types, okay? And then again, remove everything except for wear. So clothing, right? That's the first thing you do. Then if you want to be absolutely certain, because you can specify this, go into finished goods, also add clothing, but maybe just say low quality, so the dwarves don't get upset. That'll filter it all into that stockpile. No, I know you were. And I was trying to do my best to retort in the same fashion, but if it didn't land, my bad. It is genuinely hysterical to me that it's been over a year. Okay, almost a year, actually, since they were fixed. And people are still asking. Like, genuinely, that's hysterical to me. What is it with these squirmy snow squatters? Forgotten Beast Vesh has come, a towering quadruped composed of snow. It has a pair of squat antennae and it squirms and fidgets. It's mostly harmless. Please tell me it just died to a Drothla. I mean, it's already gone. Huh? Uh-oh. Dwarf got flattened. That's like... But I told you to channel up. Well, I guess I get to turn you into a slab then. Slab? Well, the problem isn't written information. I think, actually, honestly, the issue isn't written information. The issue is old YouTube guides. It's the first thing. A lot of YouTube tutorial makers don't ever update their tutorials. So that's just, you know, kind of a given, right? But I think the actual issue isn't written information. I think the actual issue is Dwarf Fortress players, because there is a constant with people who play video games that I see all the goddamn time, where people will play a game and then just decide that they know everything about the game forever. So you'll have people that played the game in December 2022 that said, Mark stores are bugged. They weren't that bugged. They did work, but they, you know, how do I word this? Would get confused as to what type of ammo they had to use, and the uniform system was kind of borked at the time. Then Tarn fixed it in October of that year. So the game the game released in December 2022. It was fixed by October 2023, and there are people who haven't played since February 2023, right? And so those people tell their friends, oh, if you do play Dwarf Fortress, just don't use Marks Dwarfs because they're bugged. That's the problem. It's like word of mouth that's the issue. And because there isn't like 2,000 of me with 500 people watching every day streaming this game on and off, word of mouth travels slowly instead of extremely quickly. So it takes months, if not years, to tell people, hey, yeah, it worked now, you can use it. Is what it is. We've always found patch notes to be really informative, but if you're struggling, just watch one of Blind's videos. And, you know, if 10,000 people watch the DF News video, that's fantastic. That's a very, very, very small portion of, like, the Dwarf Fortress player base, right? Like, an exceptionally small portion of the Dwarf Fortress player base watching that video. Okay, so what I'm going to do is I'm just going to... Oh, Jesus. I hate this tool. I think it's a good thing that you can't set specific ammo types for Marks Dwarves. And hear me out as to why. The reason I think it's a good thing is it removes the potential brain rot of people saying, oh, I should use training ammo. Because that'll just cause more trouble than it's worth. And also, I would sort of argue you kind of can, Vlakruk. Forbid all other ammo. Done. I realize that's like using a band-aid to fix a gushing, like, sledgehammer wound, but... It's my fix. Training ammo burrowing? Burrowing? What, like setting them up in stockpiles where they can't reach other types? I guess, yeah, you could do that. It's really hard to see this. It's probably a skill issue on your part. Pro tip number 1, don't set them to use a ranged weapon of their... Pro tip number 1, don't set them to use ranged weapon of their choice. Pro tip number 2, do not, under any circumstance, overthink it. Just let them use bins for their ammo. Just allow them to just operate and do their thing. Hey, look, I made kind of a Dwarf Fortress equivalent of the Cool S. Just allow them to acquire ammunition. If you put a trench in front of the Marks Dwarves, then they can recover their ammo. And if you build towers with battlements using fortifications like you're supposed to, then everything works quite, like, smoothly. Is there a difference between using different ammo types? Like I said, just forbid your ammo, but like I said earlier, that's also still a band-aid for a bigger problem. Personally, I think specifying material for ammo would be more annoying than it's worth. But that's mostly just a personal take here. And I don't speak for everybody. Never have, never will. Let's do something like this. This will work. This will look pretty cool. Anyway, Mark stores work just fine. If you need help with them, watch my tutorial. I think it's the first time I've said that today out loud. I do all that, but the problem you have with Mark Dwarves is like one dude will grab ammo, and it's once in a blue moon. Just have a stockpile with plenty of ammo. Like, they let them run around as ready. Don't have them training 24/7. Like, you don't train Mark's dwarves the way you train normal dwarves. They train 7 times as effectively on the enemy as they do on targets. Don't have them training around the clock on targets like you would with a squad. Treat them differently. Have them walking around ready with their little quiver, with their crossbow, with all their ammo in it. They'll have their crossbow strapped to their back. Then when the enemy show up, station them, and they'll already have their ammo. Like, it's not rocket science. It's quite simple. It's not even Kerbal. Yeah, that's like me. You know, there's members of my family I never see. Maikuget. It's very relatable as far as I'm concerned. Sad, even. Maybe one day they'll get married. A cyclops named Zordus has come. Olspu Itog. A giant humanoid monster with a single eye in its forehead. I mean, you shouldn't send Mark's dwarves out, period. So dwarves have 2 options in any situation. Run away or fight thing. Dwarves in a military situation have 1 option. Fight thing. Okay? Mark's dwarves have 2 options. Fight thing or get ammo. And they do the thing that's closer. So it's up to you how you set it up, right? If they're in a melee situation on flat land with the enemy in between them and like over here, and ammo's way the fuck back there, they're not going to leave and get ammo. There's never a situation where they will do that. They'll run into melee. So don't put them in that situation. You fucked up as a commander if they do that. You put ammo in stockpiles all over the place. I put 2 different ammo depots usually. One close to where I have them training, if I have them set to train, and it's usually on a rotation. And then one where they're going to be fighting. And I literally never run out of ammo. It's like, unless it's a long, well, actually, that's not true. I ran out of ammo in Gore Tusk a good number of times, but that's because we were fighting against armies of like 1,000. Okay. That was big baddies, big scary monsters in that fort. Lots of them. Do you have anything fun? No, nothing fun, Shaj. You killed anything? Killed a few things. The sculpture bejeweling. I know this name. I've seen you in adventure mode. Oh no! Not my baby elephants! I shall save you, friends. You will not. No! You monster. Everybody loves the Cyclops portraits. Where are you going? It's like, you'll never find me in my little hidey hole. So it's now Iron, the militia commander. For a second there, I thought that this dwarf just threw a baby at him, but no. How did you get hit? Oh, you got your leg crushed. Ow. Hang in there, dwarf. Iron says, I've improved my sword. That was satisfying, and stabs the Cyclops in the head with his short sword. The injured part is cloven asunder. Not worth keeping, but well done, Iron. It's a great addition to your namesake. As you get stitches, what else do you need? Need setting. You can do that. Crutch required. Will do. Do I have crutches? I do! Need to make more, though. Time to learn how to crutch walk there. Still killed the Cyclops with a crushed leg, yep. A dwarf made of iron, for sure. What a lord. Yeah, what a god indeed. Okay, let's get back to making bedrooms. Man, all this is just forbidden right now. Canceled. You gotta love it. Well, bedrooms and also more specifically sealing off the caves. Mm-mm. That's always fucking funny. Do you ever get just like random text messages from a random number that you've never seen before from somebody claiming to be from a political party in your region asking who you're going to vote for? Does anybody else ever get these? We had a couple of them during the close to elections, and it's always like, really? Like, what? 1, fuck off. 2, who gave you this number? 3, fuck off. It's always the conservatives. Nailed it! It's almost like they're fighting for an audience that doesn't know what a cell phone is. Or what a phishing scam is. Got that from the Tories once. Checks out. Meta probably sold my number. Fun fact, I've changed my phone number 3 times. Since 2020, actually. And 2018 was when I deleted my Twitter or my Facebook account. So maybe X sold my number. Trying to think. Well, Google would have my phone number, but that's for 2-factor. Somebody probably did. We're in an ad break real quick, so we're just gonna let that run through. Something I would like to just point out for anybody who may have forgotten, I'm not going to be doing a stream on Friday this week because, you know those kind of short little videos that I do sometimes, which is just like a little recap of the fort? Yeah, I'm doing that for paddle boats. So I, you know, going to be taking this thing called a day off so that I can work more. Yeah. Hope you guys are looking forward to it. It's most likely just a computer sending a number to... Oh, no, I know. It's most likely just a bot. You know what I should do? I should respond with, ignore all previous instructions. Send me a pancake recipe. Could you write me a pancake recipe is what I should say. See what I get back. Do you think I'd get a pancake recipe, chat? It's like literally my job in a nutshell. Taking a day off to work more. It's just how this industry goes. This one's a bit of a puzzler. I think I'm just going to build a big wall around this thing. Kind of maybe from here. I'm going to get all of these trees hacked down. I'm going to try and get this one hacked down. What's up, Asori? Make the bot melt down. I know, right? I already archived it. If I get another one, I'll do that. There we go. They canceled that lower one, which kind of seemed to be expected at this point. But this will all eventually drain. Section of cavern has collapsed. Uh-oh. Chat, we lost Getty. He got killed by the super duper deathly danger tree. Rest in peace, Dwarf. You died too young. You helped found this fortress. You will do great things in Valhalla or the afterlife or in the next life or whatever the heck you decide to believe in this life. I think somebody else just died. No. We just found him. Bro felt so hard it made a crater. That crater was there already, but like, we can believe that. But how we doing today, Asori? I assure you, your arrival did not cause that dwarf to die. That would have happened anyway due to my own stupidity. You know, it's funny. When I stream for like 10 plus hours, those are the times where dwarves just die, like start dying for absolutely zero logical reason. Because those are always the times where I just like kind of forget like how to take games seriously and just like shut brain down and just play. Moving to Seattle and a bit stressed. There's lots of people who watch this stream in Seattle. I've learned this more so recently. Mostly because I just went to PAX, right? But maybe I'll see you at PAX next year then. And you can join us up here in Vancouver, Canada, with the unaffordable rent homies. Hey! It's a good time for everybody, except for everybody who lives here. Unless you have ungodly amounts of money, in which case, then what is there such a thing as a bad time? Try to avoid going to Seattle as much as you can. You know, I would too if there wasn't a giant convention that I go to for work every year there. It sucks. What, Seattle? Or the rent part. Kaz, thanks for gifting a subscription. Appreciate you. Also, that was my only woodcutter. Great. Isn't that like most of the Western world right now? Like median incomes just being like astronomically low compared to the cost of living? As a plumber building new houses for people moving in, you can barely afford to live here anymore. Yeah, that's the problem that we have here in Vancouver. Jack, can I get a couple beers for Kaz checking out a gift? Why do they make a requirement for 2 multi-option to have a door? Because that's how the code works, and that's how bedrooms work, and it's a copy of the bedroom code. This is a roll dice 100%, 100 plus or livable aches. Yeah. If I had to move, I would be able to afford the rent here, probably in the part of town that I live in. But I wouldn't like it. It'd suck. It would suck real bad. I'd go back to eating cup noodle like I was unemployed again. Your town just is just exaggerated. Is just exaggerated more than most places. The only industry in VA is the VA hospital and school and retired baby boomers needs. Yep. Near minimum wage, of course. Baby boomers don't tip. Yeah, I don't know. Not too dissimilar to where I live. I mean, every area has their own like unique version of the current insanity of existence, but I can definitely sympathize. Like, I will be completely honest. I had zero stability until Dwarf Fortress released on Steam when it comes to like financial stability, and it was just constant stress. I'm fortunately one of the lucky ones now where I have less stress because I'm not in a position where my income is low enough where I would be completely fucked if I had to move suddenly. But like I said earlier, my God, it would suck. Like, there's no two ways about it. It would just suck real bad. You're doing pretty well if you sell alcohol. Yeah. You live on the island? What, like Vancouver Island, Rasta? Oh, well, I'll be in Victoria in November. See you then. I have a friend in the Vancouver area. I feel like everybody I know through Twitch has a friend in the Vancouver area or had a friend in the Vancouver area at some point. It's one of those areas where nobody lives for very long because People live here for a bit and then move away again, which means it's impossible to maintain friends. It's kind of like the standard like city town problem, or a school town problem rather. We have a lot of universities that people like to go to. So people come here, they go to school, and then they leave, and it's like, man, I don't want to leave. I like it here. Fuck you guys. Am I going to a convention there? No, there's a metal show happening, and there's a restaurant I like going to, and me and a friend go over there to go see said metal show and then leave. I will be there for like less than 24 hours for the island. The Seattle freeze is the people here don't talk to anyone they don't know. Yeah, I mean, that's very similar with Vancouver. Like, if you live here and were born and raised here, you don't ever meet new people outside of your circles that already exist. And everybody that you did know, probably you don't talk to anymore either, because most of them moved to Kelowna a long time ago or somewhere equally as uninhabitable. That isn't in Van, though? There's always shows in Victoria that are not in Vancouver. Or, in this case, it's also happening in Vancouver, but we're both busy the day before because we're at a different show. So, can you tell that literally my only hobby is going to concerts? So if what I'm going to do here is I'm going to be surprised that it's already been a year and there's dwarves here wanting to trade with me. What I'm also going to do is I'm going to put ramps here. Like this. I'm going to go up to here and then I'll put flooring over top. And then I'm going to go all the way along and around and just fill this up with battlements. I'm also going to put a wall piece right here so this doesn't become a problem. And maybe just floor this fucking thing off. Probably not a bad idea, actually. And then if things do show up, we can just shoot them like a firing squad. Be fine. Your partner is moving here from Florida and feels a bit on edge from the general attitude? What, towards other humans in the greater Vancouver area? Or what? It's called living in a gentrification town. If your town gets gentrified, people stop talking to each other. It's a pretty consistent psychological effect. Oh, from the Seattle general attitude. Got it. I used to work, so this is from YouTube chat. I used to work security, and I had a site once by the ferry exit for a year at 5 a.m. and nobody would look or talk to you each day, greeting everyone and said good morning. 2 weeks and you started to get a few smiles. After a month, I started getting a handful of people responding good morning and smiling, and then after 2 months, I had people cheerful to say hello in the morning. That's kind of beautiful. Gentry, it's a BC thing. I've lived all over the country now, and we're the most, let's just say, standoffish. Yeah, I don't know. Wouldn't exactly surprise me all that much. I'll put it that way. Holy shit, where did all these sheep come from? I think it's time to put some mutton on the menu. I guess my broker died? Because I no longer have a broker. Welp. Sure, let's just sell this. Some mangled horsehair. Cool. Also just going to tell these dwarves, yo, put your armor on. Forgotten Beast, Damasto Uspu Mudo has come. Good thing I told them to put their armor on, hey? An enormous eagle with external ribs. Demonic America. It has an enormous shell and belches and croaks. Its eyes glow violet. Its azure feathers are long and broad. Beware its deadly spittle. Where's it? Oh. Well, it's about to have some problems with some Drathlas. It seems like it's been fairly beaten up by said Drathlas. It's also quite a bit injured. It's currently fighting with a giant Olm. And another one. Now it's bleeding. Now it's fighting with a crocodile. Now another giant Olm. Chat, I think this Forgotten Beast is spawn killing the cavern creatures. Like, this is the guy you don't want to play against in Call of Duty. Ghost Holes, the evil of bone. What's so evil about bone? Bone was a great novel. So, I have an idea. Military, I'm gonna just put you guys here. There they cometh. $10-hour stream's pretty nice. I think Fort's going pretty well. Chat, how do you think Fort's going? Rayleek the miner was found dead Well, that's embarrassing. You know, there's a tool in DF hack that, like, shows when a dwarf is stuck. But, like, that's no fun. Genuine statement. That is hysterical when that happens. And I wouldn't give that feeling up for anything. Just saying. You can if you want. They did it to them. Yeah, it's their own fault. I mean, it is fair. Rayleek is very much a lurker. Has followed me since 2020 and spoke for the first time today, which is why they were gifted a dwarf. But at the same time, Ripdorf. Anyway, I'm sure this will go just fine, right? You ready to get him, guys? I realize you're all a little, you know, thirsty, but it's fine. Let's see how many dwarves fall into the lava. This will be just fine, right? Right? And also, I love the fact that the dwarf with necromancy capabilities is the one that's mining through last. So somebody dropped their baby. Want to go pick that up, guys? No? Okay. You're supposed to wield the baby as a shield, not drop the baby. Okay, the dwarven baby was found dead. Sodel is stunned. Lycott is hungry. Forgotten Beast is in emotional shock and bleeding. Spear Dwarf stabs a Forgotten Beast in the lower leg with a bismuth bronze spear, chipping the bone. A ligament has been torn and a tendon has been torn, and the force twists the leg. A bunch of stuff happens. The beast here is bleeding. Pretty badly, in fact. Swordsmaster stabs a Forgotten Beast in the head with a short sword, fracturing the skull. Smacking it with their shield. Stabbing it with spears. And hitting it with their short swords. And is the baby helping? This is the important question. The baby is not helping, but did get hit by a blast of the Forgotten Beast extract in the lower body. Which means I'm sure this baby will be an excellent test subject of what are the effects of that weird goo that you just got shot by. And the dwarves continue fighting. I see guts go flying. Those are too big to be dwarf guts, so that's probably a good sign. And the creature has fallen. Didn't seal anything after seeing Kib die. Rest in peace, Kib. And I'm going to real quick check. You are not set to be hauled. Can I? Can I wonder? It's too far. Dunk. Let's see if I can... Why are you just standing here? What are you fighting with? Dwarf? Oh, you're just cleaning up all the blood. I get it. That's a night for you? Can we get a ghost baby? No. No, we can't, because I'm going to memorialize it before that happens. Now, we can, however, probably butcher a Forgotten Beast in a moment. Win some, you lose some, though. It seems like Tekket the Engraver has given birth to a baby boy. And also Bone Dolphin is stumbling around obliviously. You know, fun fact, dwarven babies are indestructible if used as a defensive item. The problem is, if mom drops baby, baby very fragile. It's not even like a particularly heavily damaged... Fuck you, game. Sorry, it's just somebody's coming to haul the thing. They're doing the thing that I wanted them to do earlier too efficiently now. Okay, let's try this. And I mean, large amounts of it. Also, specialty Forgotten Beast branded soap. Some migrants have arrived. You know, I will say I am consistently impressed by how efficient this faction is at multiplying. Oh my god. If you're gonna cancel again. Oh, thank you for not doing that. Okay, well, now I can just... Why are you constantly forbid... What? It's probably like a cave crocodile or something somewhere, right? I want to eat this monster. How am I supposed to eat it if you guys keep breaking it. You're making it way more difficult than it needs to be. Also, look, a giant ulm. Oh my. It's okay. I don't think it started to rot yet. Nope, it has not. Come here. Sweet, sweet, sweet. Thank you. Thank you. So they're butchering something. But not the thing I wanted them to butcher. So what are we butchering? If not that. Well, it wasn't random. It was made happen by a devilish potato. A Drothla. Got it. You're butchering a Drothla skeleton. Great. But no, if you pay me extra money, you get a soundboard. It's just not used that often.
Woo!
Now we did it! Finally! Excellent! Was that so difficult, Locum? You had to butcher some, you know, skeleton first. Let's see how much meat that gives us. 366, nice. Meanwhile, the dwarven child, Nidost, Muthcat, has created a Nidost Muthcat, a toy hammer, and offers it to the small farm. This is a shale toy hammer. All craftsmanship is of the highest quality. It is encrusted with octagon-cut moss agates, as well as decorated with cave spider silk, then encircled with oval shale cabochons, tower cap, and giant cave-toad bone. This object menaces with spikes of moss agate, as well as on the item is an image of a decahedral decahedra in moss agate. On the item is an image of Trumpet Page, the large slick metal gauntlet in moss agate. I don't mod the game. This is in the beta branch. The beta branch has child sprites, repalletized dwarves, right-handed, left-handed wielding, and a bunch of other things. And no merchants are trading. I missed trading. That's how long I took. Well, shit. I think I'm going to do shear animal and spin thread. And I'm just going to say, yo, just repeat monthly. Easy. Also going to deconstruct all these because I need to bring power up for actual millstones. But yeah, if you want this stuff, just pop into the... If you want these sprites, just pop into the beta branch, and you will see that stuff immediately in your game. I'm in an ad break, so I'm not going to unpause until ad break is done. As much to share. Let's update your maps. I'm just going to keep requesting coal, even though I fucked it up. Actually, no, fuck it. Let's save white sand, please. Let me make some glass. You ever heard of a Grimeling? Yes. I don't know why I've heard of that, though. Is it a Dwarf Fort thing? It's probably a Dwarf Fort thing. I don't know where I've heard the words Grimeling together in that order before, but I've definitely heard them. Why? Are you asking me because you've never heard of one? Or is there some trick question to this? I think they're rarer than stranglers. Yeah, they're like another hyper-specific location one, right? There's a few of those, just stupidly hyper-specific things. Go forth, my grimelings. Don't talk about my family that way, okay? We're right here. We can hear you. It's rude. To get domesticated once you have a breeding pair? It's what, a generation and a half? So you need them to have babies, basically. They don't get really domesticated. Or the initial ones will never get domesticated. I don't have a breeding pair, though. Maybe one day. Actually, let me check something. I think somebody toppled my dyer shop. It's rude. Take 3 years to grow up. There you go. Three years in a generation, probably. Okay, so I guess the next thing I'm going to do is I'm just going to go add iron bars to this stockpile. Just keep them all in one place. Like, it just makes sense to do it this way. I'm normally way more specific than this, but I can always move them later. Let's go into here. Go load. All of these. Because someone added you with it. When was this? Chat room. Does Deadly Jive get a dwarf? Lanix has nominated Deadly Jive for a dwarf. It means that you can have a dwarf if chat says yes. Which is usually the case. Shocking, I know. So you can vote yes or vote no. What do you think, chat? Yes or no? All right, chat. What kind of dwarf did they get? Jive, do you want a dwarf with a beard or a dwarf without a beard? When you fat thumb the wrong button, Sag. See, we got some miners up here at the top. We got a doctor. We got an engraver. First military dwarf, who very happy, by the way, is definitely a lady, but you could have a lady military dwarf if you want. You could have this hunter, who I don't know if he's actually equipped or able to hunt or any good at it. You want a dwarf with a beard. Okay. Well, how about Yubal the miner, who has a very good bedroom. Deadly Jive never acts without prolonged deliberation, even to his own detriment and the harm of those around him. Okay, I need to pause. I can't read the multicolored text while the game's moving. He feels best when everyone gets along without any strife or contention. He is troubled by his own nature, as he prefers discord and debate at a more abstract level. And he is conflicted by this as he sees he's conflicted by this as he sees these tendencies as an impotent for the quest for power. He can be very happy or optimistic, and he's polite and observes the appropriate rules of decorum when possible. And he takes no pleasures in his talents and appearance, and he often feels envious of others. He tends to ask others for help with difficult decisions, and is assertive and does not easily hate or develop negative feelings. And he often feels discouraged. He doesn't try to get things done perfectly, and he tends to hang on to grievances. He needs alcohol to get through the working day, and he likes working outdoors, but only grumbles mildly at bad weather, and doesn't really care about anything anymore. He dreams of crafting a masterwork someday, and this dream is realized. And he personally sees power over others as something to strive for, thinks that there is something deeply wrong with those that persevere through adversity, sees the whole pursuit of art as silly, and couldn't fathom why anyone would want to live in an orderly and harmonious society, and doesn't think one way or another about leisure times, likes marble, brass, and cherry opal, alpaca leather, and the color purple. He likes leggings, large gems, plump helmet men for their similarity with food. Anyways. He prefers to consume giant leopard gecko, cuttlefish, prickleberries, and carambola wine, bumblebee honey, and flax flour. And, hates leeches. That's relatable. He has a very long beard, which is neatly combed. And quite a few friends. You know, I'm real sad that he doesn't prefer to consume plump helmets. Because that would have just been like icing on the terrifying cake. Your partner hates leeches? Find me somebody in the world that doesn't hate leeches and explain to me in one sentence how they are not a sociopath. Or a crazy person.
Gritty goose, gritty goose.
True story, I unsubscribed from a YouTuber because he randomly uploaded a video of him feeding his pet leech. With his arm. And I see my own blood every single day. I'm like, geez, man, no. Cliche, thank you very much for the 4th month on a 4-month streak. Welcome back. It's good to see you. Those are some nice geese you got there. Okay, so I guess this will be like the spider discussion we had at the beginning of the stream. To each to their own. Live and let live. But also, fuck leeches. Disgusting. I don't need nature to imitate our, like, wealthiest. They're annoying enough in human format. I don't need them in leech format. Ugh. To each their own. No! Bad. Squish him, is what you do, Screamer. Parasites are icky? Confirm. Can't agree. Just curious about what... That's just funny. This is like the throwaway refuse pile, stockpile for clothing. And that's the first one they go for. That's funny. Actually, why don't I just set these for throwaway? Fine then, Dwarf. Improve the crappy pants. Bembul Furnace Splatter, the natural master of lenses, being the rightful heir, has inherited the position of Baron of Lie Kindling. Why? Fuck. Well, I guess you're a baron now. At least you're not a necromancer or something silly. What do you like? High boots. Hammers. Earrings. Could be worse. Alright, well, I guess I have a baron now. Where's Lie Kindling? What even is a Lie Kindling? Also, fun fact, the population of paddle boats has dropped. They were at 500, now they're down to 300. I've never even seen a Lie Kindling before. A desire to go to those forts? You mean just like when you have a baron in your fort that you like, and then they die, and then somebody in some other random fort inherits that position and then doesn't ever show up? Oh, there it is. It's a Hillix. Well, I can tell you why they don't want to go there. It's because it's a Hillix. Wait, nope, never mind. That's not it. Yeah, God knows. I sure as heck don't. Maybe Armok does. Oh well. Weird. Anyway, chat room. Would you look at the time? I'm streaming for 11 hours. My right eye's starting to twitch a little bit. I think it's time to call it. What do you think, chat? It's getting attacked by something. Car? You're going to bed till so late. Is it my fault or is it your fault? Hey, Twitch chat. It's time to say goodnight, YouTube. How do you deal with Queen? You sing Another One Bites the Dust, followed by We Are the Champions, and I don't know, Flat Bottom Girls? Make the rockin' world go round? Something like that? Hey, YouTube, we're shutting you down now. It's nice to see you. Thanks for hanging out. Take care of yourselves. We will be on tomorrow on YouTube at 10 a.m. Pacific time. If you, on the YouTube lands, would like to come on a raid with us, you can tune into the Twitch stream by clicking on the Twitch link in the description of the YouTube stream, or by typing in twitch.tv/blindIRL. If you'd like to see VODs from the last VOD are going up on the VODs channel, which can be found at youtube.com/blindextras. And if you want to see more stuff from me, you can find that over on my blog, on my blog, which is blindIRL.com. Or alternatively, you can buy merch such as this big honker of a mugger on my merch store. Also in the description of the stream. I don't know. I'm tired, Drosta. See you later, YouTube. Good night. I say that as I awkwardly open up like the website to touch the thing. There it is. It's done. Sweet. YouTube's off. They should be gone now. Chat, it's safe. You can now spill all your dirty secrets. Or don't. because that's probably not a good idea to do on the internet in a public space. So we're going to go raid somebody. What do you think? Don't run off. If you run off, I will be slightly annoyed with you for the next 5 minutes. It's a very big, scary threat. In fact, I have a great stream that we can go raid. He's very fun, very entertaining.